Chapter 5:22. After giving the order to retreat, the Devers turned around and headed for the Syracuse camp. Along the way, there were corpses and wailing wounded soldiers. Their blood flowed into the sea and dyed the coastline red. Crows that smelled death came in flocks and pecked at the fresh flesh. They did not hide when they saw the humans, only cawing when they saw them. Under the bloody light of the setting sun, the battlefield that was littered with corpses was indescribably strange and desolate, causing Divers' excitement from his victory to dampen down. When they arrived at the Syracuse camp, there were already many wounded soldiers from Dionia lying on the ground. They were all injured during the pursuit. The wounded soldiers from the Dionia camp on the north bank of the Neto River had already been treated. The wounded soldiers in the Syracuse camp were treated by doctors from the city of Asprustum. However, it was obvious that there was a shortage of manpower. Many of the wounded soldiers could only lie down and wait. When the Devers saw this, they immediately got off their horses and walked toward the wounded soldiers. "Your Majesty?" "It's Your Majesty, the Devers." "Your Majesty." "Sir Devers." As soon as the Devers walked closer, the wounded soldiers cheered excitedly. "Warriors, I'm here to treat your wounds." The Devers pressed his hands down slightly and said with a gentle expression, "Please wait patiently. You will all be treated and recover soon. It's a blessing from the gods to be able to receive your treatment, Your Majesty. Don't worry, we won't make a sound. We won't disturb your treatment." One of the wounded soldiers said loudly, "That's right. We'll all be quiet." The other wounded soldiers agreed. The Devers found the soldier who spoke familiar and asked, "What's your name?" "Topyrus, Your Majesty. I'm the manager of Christoya's restaurant in the city of Turin, and I've been recruited into the Spear Brigade as a captain." The wounded soldier answered fluently. It turned out that after the Devers gave the order to chase, the soldiers of the Spear Brigade also threw away their weapons like the enemy because it was inconvenient for them to run with their spears. They didn't wear any armor, so they naturally ran briskly and captured a lot of defeated soldiers. However, Topyrus' luck was not good. The wounded soldier he caught up with was fierce and refused to surrender. Instead, he drew out the military saber hanging from his waist and slashed his thigh. If it wasn't for his subordinates swarming over and beating the enemy down, he would have probably been sent to the Netherworld prison. "Oh, I know you." The Devers remembered seeing this man in their house, so they went to check his wound. The Devers didn't just have the theoretical knowledge of treating diseases and injuries. During the 6 months of war in Persia, he often went to help when there was a shortage of medical staff. Therefore, he was also very experienced in treating injuries. Even the guards around him were very familiar with the materials and steps of treatment. While the Devers were treating Topyrus, Marcius had already begun to order his men to find clay pots to boil water, find cloth, cut down trees, and make wooden boards. The sharp Greek saber had cut open a wound on Topyrus' left thigh that was so deep that bone could be seen, and it was badly mangled. The doctor asked Topyrus to endure the pain and raise his left leg, then reach out and press around the wound. Only then did he say with a smile, "Topyrus, it seems that the Hades really cares for you. Although your wound is big, it didn't hurt the main artery, nor did it sever the tendons or bones. Therefore, it's not a big wound, and you'll recover soon." Although he didn't understand the medical terms the Devers were talking about, the news made Topyrus very happy. He thanked the Devers profusely. The Devers stood up and said to Marcius, "After the water is boiled, clean his wound and bandage it." Marcius nodded to show that he understood. The Devers walked to a wounded soldier who was screaming the loudest because of the pain and squatted down in front of him. It was a young, broody soldier. His face was pale, and he looked at the Devers with an uneasy expression. Ever since the wounded soldiers promised to keep quiet, he clenched his teeth and didn't say a word, but his childish face was covered with sweat. His right shoulder drooped abnormally, and his right calf was bent outwards. He held his right shoulder with one hand and touched his foot with the other. His body was hunched, and he looked like he was in pain. It turned out that he was too excited when he was chasing the enemy. When he crossed the Takanadi River, he didn't slow down. As a result, he fell on the bank of the river, and his right shoulder hit the ground first, causing a dislocation. His comrade behind him couldn't dodge in time, and he stepped on his right calf, causing a fracture. The Devers put his hand on his right shoulder, and the wounded soldier suddenly shivered. "What's your name? Where are you from? Which legion are you from?" The Devers asked softly. Mukru lives in Cosenza, and with General Hieronymus came over." The wounded soldier endured the pain and stuttered. Although his accent was a little strange, he was still one of the most fluent Greek among the Brudi. He seemed to feel embarrassed that he wasn't a legion soldier, so he emphasized, "But my father is a company commander in the 5th Legion." "Oh, you and your father are good citizens of the Alliance." The Devers praised sincerely. He knew that living in Cosenza meant that the soldier's family had left the tribe and become a true citizen of the Alliance. But when I got here, I found out that my father has died in the Syrium." "In the Syrium?" Perhaps he was infected by the Devers' gentle gaze, but Mukru said the words that he had been holding in for the past few days. Tears finally flowed out of his eyes. The Devers' mood became a little heavy because of this. He comforted softly, "Mukru, you didn't lose your father. He has turned into a spirit and gone to the carefree Elysium. In the future, when the Hades celebration is held every year, go to the Hall of Valhalla in the Temple of the Hades in Cosenza to pay your respects to him. Maybe he will meet you in your dreams." "Is this true?" Mukru's eyes lit up when he heard this. He seemed to have forgotten the pain and looked at the Devers with hope. "Of course it's true." The Devers comforted him and took advantage of the moment when he was happy and relaxed to exert force with both hands. "Ah!" Mukru screamed, and everyone around him was shocked. "All right, you can move your right arm now, but don't use force with your right arm for the next 2 days," the Devers instructed. Mukru turned his right shoulder in surprise and nodded repeatedly. "Lift your right leg a little and let me see," the Devers said again. "Your Majesty, will my leg recover?" Mukru immediately did as he was told, and at the same time asked with anticipation and unease. The Devers did not answer him immediately. He carefully examined Mukru's right calf. Although it was badly bent, the bruising under the skin was not serious, and there was no obvious hematoma. The blood vessels should not have been injured. He then reached out to the calf and carefully massaged it. Out of absolute trust in the Devers, Mukru endured the pain and did not make a sound. After further examination, the Devers confirmed that apart from the broken bone, there were no large fragments or torn tendons in Mukru's right calf. He heaved a sigh of relief and said confidently, "Don't worry, after treatment, you only need to rest for 3 months, and your calf will be as good as before." Mukru finally smiled. He thanked the Devers sincerely. "Your Majesty, thank you very much." When Agathia received the news and called a few doctors from Espustum city, the Devers had already treated more than 10 injured soldiers. With the doctors taking over, he did not continue with the treatment. Instead, he talked to Agathia about something important. "This camp in Syracuse cannot accommodate all the legions. Tonight, we need 20,000 to 30,000 people to rest in Espustum city, especially these injured soldiers. Your Majesty, I've already asked the people in the city hall to arrange this matter. It's not a problem at all." Agathia's reply surprised the Devers. He could see the problem and take the initiative to solve it. This was the quality of an excellent government official. He did not expect Agathia, who had been stationed outside for a few years, to have honed the skill. Looking at Agathia's slightly aged face, in fact, he was only 40 years old. The Devers did not know if he had walked out of his previous troubles. They could not help but feel a little emotional. At this time, the sky was getting dark. The pursuing soldiers returned to the camp in Syracuse, one after another. They began to rebuild the large number of tents abandoned by the defeated soldiers. Bonfires were lit everywhere, and the entire camp became lively and noisy, following the soldiers back to the camp were the captives from Syracuse. According to the previous practice, they were stripped of their armor and clothes. Their naked bodies were exposed in the late winter evening. Even though they were at the seaside, they were still shivering from the cold. The Dionia soldiers who were in charge of escorting them did not have the slightest bit of mercy. If they were slow or disobedient, they would stab them with their spears, causing them to scream in agony. The onlooking soldiers only laughed and even scolded the captives. The Devers did not stop the soldiers. He knew that since the time the Syracuse army landed in Greece, more than 10,000 Dionia soldiers and civilians had died in the hands of the Syracuse soldiers. The outskirts of the cities of Asplostum and Cremissa were in ruins. The soldiers needed a channel to vent their anger. Moreover, compared to the heavily injured soldiers of Syracuse who fell on the way back to the western courtyard, held in pain but no one cared, and could only close their eyes and wait for death in the end, these captives were considered lucky. Chapter 5:23. Agathia was taken aback for a moment. "Your Majesty, I'm afraid there are more than 10,000 captives. There are only about 2,000 citizen soldiers in Asprostum, and I have to leave some soldiers to defend the city. There's no way I can take care of so many captives. The few thousand soldiers of the Spear Brigade will be under your command. They will return to Thurii with you." The Devers already had a plan in mind. After this battle, Syracuse's army would be far fewer than the army he led. Moreover, they had just suffered a crushing defeat. Dionia's regular army would be able to win the battle. Next, it would probably be a siege battle, and the Spear Brigade would have no place to use their skills. "All right." Agathia nodded. He looked at the captives passing by and said worriedly, "Now that there are more than 10,000 captives, I'm afraid the Alliance's food supply will be even tighter. Ansatanos has taken a ship to Carthage a few days ago. I believe he will be able to sign an agreement with Carthage this time," the Devers said confidently. "Carthage?" Asprostum frowned. "Didn't it reject our request to form an alliance?" "The situation now is different from when the battle first started." The Devers was about to explain in detail when a shout came from afar. "Lord Devers!" The Devers focused and saw a group of 2 people walking towards them. The leader was Cypros. The Devers quickly went up to them, followed by the guards. "It's all thanks to you Dionysians that we finally won this important battle. We've defeated the vicious Syracuse. Greece is saved." Cypros gave the Devers a strong hug. The Devers patted him on the shoulder and said in a serious tone, "If it wasn't for you guys defending the left flank against Syracuse's all-out attack, the outcome of this battle would have been very difficult to predict. So, it should be said that the Southern Alliance worked together and won this battle of life and death. That's fair. Our citizens didn't die in vain." A cold voice came from the side. Divers turned his head to look. The person who spoke was a burly and muscular middle-aged man. His square face was covered with sideburns, and he had a dignified air about him. He looked at Divers with a complicated gaze. "General Myron?" Devers had already guessed his identity. "I'm Myron, the one you defeated a few years ago and forced to leave Crotone." Myron's tone seemed to be a little unfriendly. Devers didn't mind at all. He sighed and said, "There's a saying in the East that goes, no discord, no concord. The people of Dionia were frightened when you marched on Thurii. I've wanted to meet you for a long time, but I didn't expect that a few years had passed in the blink of an eye, and I only saw you today. But fortunately, Dionia and Crotone have become allies of life and death. I'm honored to fight alongside you in this battle of life and death for Greece and defeat the enemy. I believe that the best decision the Crotone Council made in this battle was to recall you. That's why Crotone is able to hold on until today. That's why we, the Southern Alliance, can gather strength and counterattack Syracuse. That's why we have today's victory. On behalf of Dionia, I thank you and the citizens of Crotone who fought with their lives on the line." After Divers said this sincerely, he solemnly saluted Myron. In fact, he didn't know what Myron did after returning to Crotone. His words of praise were more of a compensation to Dionia for delaying their rescue of Crotone. So as soon as he finished speaking, the Crotone soldiers behind Myron straightened their chests, their hearts filled with pride. This was praise from the famous and undefeated general of Greece, Devers. Even Myron himself was a little excited. He hurriedly saluted back. "It's my honor to fight alongside Lord Devers. This is all the arrangement of the goddess of fortune. Now that our southern alliance is as close as a family, we must make sure that no one from Syracuse returns." Cypros took the opportunity to chime in. "Lord Devers." Myron hesitated for a moment. "I'm afraid that Crotone will not be able to send troops to attack Syracuse in the future. Now that our citadels are being burned by Syracuse's rockets, the citizens are in urgent need of rebuilding their homes." "I understand," Devers said solemnly. "Crotone has sacrificed a lot in this war. If there are any difficulties, please do not hesitate to let us know. Dionia will do its best to help. Also, please leave the wounded of Crotone to us. We will do our best to save them." What Crotone needed the most right now was the promise made by the new king of Dionia, Devers. For this, Myron sincerely thanked the Devers again and led his troops back to Crotone's citadel. "Lord Devers, we Trine soldiers will continue to attack Syracuse together with Dionia's army," Cypros said loudly as he watched Crotone's troops leave. "You're very welcome," Devers said happily. He knew what Cypros's ultimate goal was. "I think when we attack Syracuse tomorrow, Trine will be easily recaptured. May Apollo watch over us." Cypros had the same thought. He did not think that after the defeat of Syracuse's army, the few thousand enemies in Trine would dare to stay there and wait for the attack of tens of thousands of Dionia's army. Your Majesty Devers." Just as the two of them were talking, a familiar voice came from afar. Devers's eyes widened in surprise. A young figure appeared in front of him. "Why are you here?" Henipolis shrugged and said in a relaxed manner, "I'm here to fulfill my promise, to be your secretary, your Majesty." "Herny, you don't have to be in such a hurry to be my secretary. You're the consul of Laos. Laos has just been recaptured from the hands of your rebellious uncle. At this time, you should be with the people of Laos and restore order to the war-torn Laos as soon as possible." Devers saw his relaxed expression and could not help but remind him earnestly, "Don't worry, your Majesty. Laos now has Aliandos to maintain order in the city, and Bagul to help manage government affairs. At the same time, Nudum's governor, Hegemon, will provide assistance at any time. My presence or absence will not affect the governance of Laos in any way." Henipolis's words stunned Devers. "You're letting Bagul handle Laos affairs for you." "Can't I? The laws that I want to implement were originally learned from Turris. As the governor of the Germentum, Bagul should be very familiar with this aspect, and will be able to deal with the various difficulties brought about by the political reform in Laos. My presence there will instead hinder his exercise of power," Henipolis said eloquently. For a moment, Devers was speechless, but the expression on his face was still reproachful. The highest consul of a city did not go through the difficult times with the people of the city, and actually slipped away on his own. What would the people of Laos think if they knew about this? However, it was not appropriate for Devers to say these words in such a public place. Just as he was thinking of waiting to criticize Henipolis in private later, Henipolis saw through his thoughts, stepped forward, and whispered, "The reason why I came with Hilo's army is because I have a very important matter to discuss with you, your Majesty." Seeing how serious he was, Diver subconsciously asked, "What is it?" Henipolis glanced at Cypros beside him. Not only did he not ask him to leave, but intentionally made his voice a little louder. "After this incident, I finally realized that my interest is not in governing the city, and if Laos wants to continue to develop safely and prosper, it cannot do without Dionia. So I have decided to merge Laos into Dionia." Devers was shocked when he heard this. In his eyes, when Hinepolis said this, his expression was extremely serious, and it was obvious that he had thought about it carefully. Immediately, countless thoughts quickly ran through his mind, but he forcibly suppressed them and only said one sentence. "We will talk about this later when we are in my tent." Then he turned around and introduced, "This is the Chief General of Treen, Lord Cypros." Hinepolis quickly came forward and greeted, "Lord Cypros, I have seen you a few times in the mansion of His Majesty the Devers." "Oh, is that so?" Cypros forced a smile. In the past, when he went to Turii, he would always go to the Devers mansion for talks. So how could he remember the young man he met in the courtyard? But now he was shocked by the news he had just heard, and looked at the high-spirited young man in front of him. It seemed that if Laos voluntarily asked to be merged into the Dionia Alliance, what kind of impact would it have on the Dionia Alliance and the other city-states of the Southern Alliance? And what would happen to Treen, which had also experienced war and was in ruins? Cypros sighed in his heart. "Lord Hinepolis, congratulations on getting back Laos." Hinepolis saw the worry that flashed across his face and laughed in his heart, but expressed his gratitude. "I have just parted ways with General Blomes. He should be escorting the captives with Lord Helos now." This time, the soldiers of Treen played a great role in stopping the fleeing army of Syracuse. Cypros quickly asked for the general location of Blomes and hurriedly left with the soldiers. Chapter 5:24. "Your Majesty, you don't know this, but Helos has been urging us to hurry up in order to buy time. We haven't had much rest." "I didn't expect him to catch up with us," Hinepolis interrupted. "Opportunities are for those who are prepared," the Devers said thoughtfully. He turned back to look at Hinepolis. "Let's go. Follow me to the main tent. We'll have a good talk about what you've said." Early the next morning, when the Devers led the army gathered from the original Syracuse camp and the city of Esplustum to march toward Siratin, the passenger ship that Ansetanos was on had already bypassed the southwest corner of Sicily. The strong south wind billowed the sails, causing the passenger ship to sail quickly towards the Africa continent south of Sicily. Ansetanos had set off with Therian's fleet a few days ago and separated from the fleet after crossing the Strait of Messina. There were no warships from Syracuse patrolling the north coast of Sicily, so the passenger ship sailed smoothly. There were countless merchant ships coming and going on this route, so the helmsman of the passenger ship had to be very nervous and carefully control the rudder to avoid collisions. When it was almost noon, the outline of land appeared in front of them. The place where thousands of ships gathered was the powerful city-state built by the Phoenicians on the Africa continent, Carthage. The city of Carthage was located on a peninsula formed by a series of sandstone hills. On the northeast and southeast borders of the city, two narrow, wing-like pieces of land extended outwards. The latter piece of land almost divided the sea into two, enclosing a huge lagoon, today's Lake of Tunis. A row of continuous and steep sandstone cliffs flanked the northern part of the peninsula, while the vast coastal plain in the south was protected by a series of strong walls, trenches, and ramparts. In the northeast corner of the city, on the side of the lagoon near the sea, there were two magnificent harbors. The outer side of the harbors was surrounded by long and high walls, which also served as a breakwater. The two harbors were connected to each other. The common entrance to the sea was 21 meters wide and could be sealed with iron chains. The first harbor was for merchant ships to dock. The dock area was built with huge sandstone stones, which were strong and durable. Behind the dock was a row of tall and wide warehouses. Countless laborers pushed pulleys to and fro between the dock and the warehouses, transporting all kinds of goods. After the merchant ships entered the commercial port, they all docked at the dock. The middle channel was not allowed to be occupied for a long time because it was reserved for Carthage warships. The military port was inside the commercial port, separated by a very high double wall. There was only one water gate that was connected, and it was only wide enough for 2 three-decker warships to enter side by side. The passenger ship that Ansatanos was on had been observing from the bow of the ship while it was docked. Even when he was ashore, he still looked in, but the high and thick double walls blocked his view, making it impossible for him to see the inside of the military port. However, when he came last time, Ansatanos had already learned something about the military port from the locals. It was said that it was a circular military port, which was a genius design by a master architect of Carthage according to the specific topography of the port. He had made the most of the available space. The military port surrounded a small island, and huge docks were located in the gap between the port and the island. There were dry docks everywhere on the embankment, and it was said that it could easily accommodate more than 300 three-decker warships. Ansatanos went ashore, and with his entourage he walked into the city with the bustling crowd. In the noisy crowd at the port, various races of the Mediterranean Sea were gathered, and even some races from outside the Mediterranean Sea could be seen here, such as the tall, fair-skinned Germanic, the Britons with indigo patterns on their bodies, and the tribes near the steep mountain, today's Mount Carmel, whose skin was as dark as night, said to be from the south of the Afrikaans desert and called by the adventurers of Carthage as God's two-wheeled chariot. These were the outside world that Ansatanos, as a historian, could not imagine, but he was full of yearning for. In the Mediterranean Sea, only Carthage had the ability to do this. While Ansatanos was sighing, he also turned a blind eye to the strange looks that the passers-by cast at him from time to time. Many Greeks did business in Carthage, and some even settled there. However, the several wars between Carthage and Syracuse had resulted in heavy casualties among the citizens of Carthage. Therefore, the attitude of the people of Carthage towards the Greeks had changed. It was said that the Greeks who settled in Carthage were expelled, their property confiscated, and some were beaten to death on the spot. It was only recently that the situation improved. The main city of Carthage was built on a hill, Mount Bursa, and the top of the hill was the citadel of Carthage. Within the citadel was the famous temple of Esmond, which was worshipped not the supreme god of the Phoenician city-states of the eastern Mediterranean Sea, Mercat, but another high-level god, Balaman. In the hearts of the people of Carthage, Balaman was the king of the furnace, the master of the new moon, and the protector of Carthage. He wore a long robe, wore a conical headdress, and had a long beard. He held a spear in one hand, and his other hand was facing up in a gesture of blessing. A huge bronze statue stood in the center of the citadel, overlooking the city of Carthage. Balaman's wife, the lesser god Tanit, was no less important than her husband in the hearts of the people of Carthage. She was the female protector and guardian of the city, and was also worshipped in the temple of Esmond. With the temple of Esmond as the center, the city of Carthage was arranged in a radial pattern along the hill. Ansatanos walked towards the center of the city, and it was as if he was climbing a mountain. The narrowness of the street, the steep incline, and the crowd compelled him to be careful lest he should fall. Compared to the worst roads, the houses of the people of Carthage were almost all 6-story high-rise buildings. They stood in rows on both sides of the street, and most of them were built with large sandstone slabs, and the surface was painted with white plaster. Not only was it protected from the natural environment, but it also shone like marble under the sun. The outer walls of a few houses were built directly with marble. The colors were gorgeous, and the patterns were strange. It was amazing. The further he walked into the city, the more obvious this was, and the affluence of the people of Carthage was evident. After passing through the narrow streets, the front suddenly widened, and the city square of Carthage was right in front of him. The square was actually behind the military port, not far from where Ansatanos went ashore. But because he had to go around the military port, he had to walk a little longer. The square was surrounded by the Senate of Carthage and the temple of Mercat. Ansatanos did not go to the Senate, but went straight through the square to another block. Unlike the other blocks, not only were the roads wide, there were no high-rise buildings, and there were courtyards everywhere, each of which occupied a large area. According to his memory, Ansitanos came to the door of a luxurious mansion, where one of the two suffets of Carthage, the highest consul, lived, and the real ruler of Carthage, the great Hanno. The last time Ansitanos visited Carthage, he first visited Hanno. Unfortunately, Hanno was in his manor outside the city at that time, so he could not meet him. So this time, Ansitanos hoped that he could have good luck. In fact, Hanno had been staying in the city all this time because the constant news of Syracuse's army's victories in Great Greece made the elders of the Senate of Carthage feel uneasy. They were constantly paying attention to the progress of the war in Great Greece. When the servant came in to report, Hanno was lying naked on a comfortable sofa on the roof platform, basking in the warm sunshine, and a young maid was massaging him. The messenger of Dionia asked for an audience. Hanno fell into deep thought when he heard the servant's words. Things were different now. Dionia was the only force in Great Greece that was still fighting against Syracuse. The news that the Dionysian fleet had defeated the Syracuse navy on the Sea of Thurii had also proven their strength. This forced the people of Carthage to abandon their previous disdain and take the newly emerging Greek city-state alliance seriously. "Bring him to the living room and wait for me," Hanno said. When he put on a luxurious robe and walked into the living room, he saw Ansitanos standing in front of the statue of Balamin, staring at the god attentively. "Do the Greeks also respect the gods of Carthage?" Hanno asked as he walked to his seat. "Esteemed Lord Hanno." Ansitanos bowed solemnly before returning to his seat. "I'm a little curious about your god Balamin, because Sophocles once mentioned that your god Balamin is very similar to Kronos." Sophocles was a famous Athenian playwright who has passed away. Hanno snorted, and his face was covered with a layer of anger. "Stupid Greeks! When the Phoenicians created a prosperous trade in the Mediterranean hundreds of years ago, you Greeks were still hiding in your pitiful and barren land. When we, Carthage, sent our fleets through the Pillars of Hercules and sailed across the oceans, you Greeks had just established a city-state in the western Mediterranean. If you had a brain, you would be able to tell that your god is like our god. Perhaps you're right. It would be better if there was more evidence to prove it. Can you show me some information on this?" Ansitanos didn't refute Hanno's words, and instead requested earnestly. Chapter 5:25. "Messenger of Dionia, I don't think you're here to study God Carthage. Am I right?" Hanno smiled and said meaningfully, "Unfortunately, our answer is the same as last time. Carthage will always abide by the agreement with Syracuse, so I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed." "Sir Hanno, Dionia won't put Carthage in a difficult position, nor do we have any intention of forming an alliance with you," Angitaros said solemnly. "I'm here on behalf of the Senate of Dionia this time, hoping to trade with Carthage." "What kind of trade?" Hanno's heart skipped a beat. "Grains," Angitaros said straightforwardly. "The people of Dionia are trying their best to resist the invasion of Syracuse. Due to Syracuse's wanton destruction of our territory, the food supply of the entire alliance is very tight. If we can't purchase a large amount of grains from outside, our army won't be able to hold on for long and won't be able to fight due to the lack of food. By then, Syracuse will be able to easily defeat our soldiers and occupy Dionia, thus achieving their goal of controlling Greece completely." Hanno's right eyelid twitched. He pondered for a moment before saying, "If it's just to purchase grains, we can consider it. This year, Africa has plenty of rain and crops. Carthage does have a lot of surplus food, but I heard that the population of Dionysia is not small. I'm afraid the amount of grain you need is not a small amount. The war between you and Carthage has lasted for so long. Do you still have the money to buy grain? I heard that Carthage is also in urgent need of funds recently, so it's impossible for him to give us a preferential price for grains. Our treasury is indeed running low, but the people of Dionia have donated their treasured silver coins in order to defeat Syracuse and restore peace to Greece. Therefore, we can afford to purchase grains," Angitaros said passionately. His words shocked Hanno. not only because the people of Dionia were determined to fight Syracuse to the death, but also because the words Carthage is also in urgent need of funds touched his sensitive nerves. Why would a wealthy city-state like Carthage be in urgent need of funds? That was because the several wars with Syracuse had consumed a lot of Carthage's treasury. Although the wars were over, the consumption of Carthage's treasury was still continuing. In order to guard against the powerful Syracuse, the Senate of Carthage decided to rebuild a defensive circle in the western part of Sicily to ensure the safety of the city. For this reason, they appointed Margo as the commander of the army in Sicily and gave him some autonomy. After Margo took office, he not only recruited labor and purchased a large number of materials to build a defensive fortress, but also recruited tens of thousands of mercenaries from Celtic, Namibia, Iberia, and other regions to make up for the lack of troops due to the heavy casualties of the militia of Carthage in the war. For this reason, the Mint of Carthage had to produce a large number of amber gold and silver coins with high purchasing power every month to pay the mercenaries. Carthage's monthly business income, as well as the mineral income from Iberia and Sardinia, were spent on this. But this was not Hanno's main concern. What he was most worried about was that the Syracuse army's rampage in Greece had made the people of Carthage increasingly nervous. Thus, with the support of the allies of the Maganid family, Margo's power in Sicily was constantly expanding. But this was not Hanno's main concern. What he was most worried about was that the Syracuse army's rampage in Greece had made the people of Carthage increasingly nervous. With the support of the allies of the Maganid family, Margo's power in Sicily was constantly expanding. During this time, Hanno had been feeling uneasy. Margo's expanding power in Sicily had threatened his political dominance in the Carthage Senate. He had finally taken the leadership of Carthage from the Maganid family, and he would never allow Margo to take it back. Ansitanos saw Hanno frowning and was deep in thought, so he added, "Of course, if you allow it, we hope to use the captives of Syracuse to replace part of the cost of buying grain." Captives of Syracuse? Hanno was a little puzzled. Although he had received news of the victory of the navy of Dionia, he was not very clear about the specific situation of the war. "Our fleet defeated the Syracuse people on the Sea of Turiae and captured tens of thousands of Syracuse sailors. The 2 times I came to Carthage, I deeply felt the hatred of the people of Carthage against the people of Syracuse. I think if we can make the captives of Syracuse their slaves, it may help them vent their hatred," Ansitanos said slowly. Hanno's eyes lit up. Exchanging grain for Syracuse slaves might win the favor of the people of Carthage. Of course, this was not what Hanno was most interested in. He leaned forward slightly, looked at Ansitanos, and asked in a deep voice, "It's amazing that your fleet can defeat the people of Syracuse, but can your army defeat the powerful army of Syracuse?" The people of Carthage had always thought that their navy was the strongest in the western Mediterranean Sea. In the previous war with Syracuse, the reason why the navy suffered 2 crushing defeats was not because they were defeated on the sea, but because they were trapped in the port and bay. They were either attacked by ballistae or ambushed, which prevented the sailors from boarding the ships. The people of Carthage were not convinced. Therefore, although the victory of the navy of Dionia was surprising, it did not shock Hanno much. However, the huge army of Syracuse did strike fear into the hearts of the people of Carthage. "Lord Hanno, if you understand Dionia, you'll know that our King Devers has never suffered a defeat since the establishment of the Alliance of Dionia. In fact, he has won many battles with fewer troops. Previously, Dionia suffered some setbacks because King Devers was leading his army to fight against the Simonians in the north. Now he has led his army back to Turiae. The victory of the naval war was achieved under his plan. Before I left Turiae, he had led his army to Crotone to defend against the army of Syracuse. Although the number of our soldiers is smaller than the army of Syracuse, all the soldiers and generals are full of confidence in King Devers. They are willing to obey his orders and fight to the death with the people of Syracuse. As long as we have enough food, I believe that we will be able to defeat the army of Syracuse." It was rare for Ansatanos to speak so excitedly. Hanno stroked his beard, his eyes gleaming. Although he had never led an army before, he had discussed the war in Greece with his subordinates, who were familiar with military affairs, and the senators affiliated to him. If the people of Dionia could really defeat the army of Syracuse, coupled with the defeat of the navy of Syracuse, the soldiers of Syracuse who invaded Greece might not be able to return to Sicily. In that case, would Carthage still need to worry about the greatly weakened Syracuse? Carthage's safety in the north was guaranteed, and there was no need to guard against Syracuse in Sicily. There was also no need to spend money to maintain a large number of mercenaries. Margot's position as the governor of Sicily could also be revoked. Countless thoughts flashed through Hanno's mind. Then he smiled and said, "Tomorrow morning go to the Senate. I will invite you in and tell the senators about the request of Dionia." Ansatanos was overjoyed. With Hanno's words, the purchase of grains would definitely be approved by the Senate of Carthage. "Thank you, Sir Hanno," Ansatanos said loudly with gratitude. The news of the defeat of the army of Syracuse spread to Trine that night, causing panic among the defenders in the city. It was only because it was too late that they did not dare to retreat to Syracuse in the dark for fear of an accident. Early the next morning, more than 3,000 defenders of Trine began to prepare to retreat. However, not long after they left the city, there was an accident. More than 1,000 Hibernians were unwilling to go to Syracuse and only wanted to go south to their own city. After some negotiations and arguments, the general of the garrison of Syracuse reluctantly agreed. By the time they began to retreat to the east, more than an hour had passed. Unfortunately, they were carrying a lot of looted goods from Trine, causing their movement to be slow. After crossing the Ramato River, they were discovered by the cavalry of Dionia. Leds, who received the news, sent someone to report to the Devers at the rear. At the same time, he urgently led more than 1,000 cavalrymen to attack to delay the enemy's escape to Syracuse. After receiving the news, the 1st and 2nd Legions, who were at the forefront of the marching column, also sent light armor and light infantry to stop them. More than 2,000 defenders of Trine had a bad feeling when they discovered the cavalry of Dionia. Under the strict orders of their general, they put on their armor, picked up their shields and spears, abandoned the extra baggage, and hastened their march. However, the uneven hills were not easy to walk on. After about half an hour, the defenders of Trine were still 10 miles away from Syracuse, but the cavalry of Dionia had already arrived. Before the cavalry could throw their javelins, 1,000 Corunnian soldiers suddenly knelt down and surrendered. This caused the already panicked defenders of Trine to panic and fall out of formation. Seeing this, Leds decisively ordered the cavalry to directly attack the enemy. The defenders of Syracuse of Trine were immediately routed. Under the pursuit of the cavalry, they were either killed or captured. More than 1,000 of them, only 100 managed to escape back to Syracuse. The Hibernians who retreated to the south were also unlucky. They encountered the Lygem army, who had boarded the Sicilian fleet and landed on the coast north of Hibernian. Chapter 5:26. The Hibernian garrison watched in horror as their compatriots were easily defeated by Lygem's army outside the city. They fled in all directions, but did not dare to leave the city to provide support. Instead, they shut the city gates tightly. An hour later, more than 5,000 Lygem soldiers surrounded Hibernian. At this time, the Devers had led the army into the territory of Sirius. During the march, he had been thinking about what military action to take next to completely defeat Syracuse and end this war. Hence, the journey was very quiet. Beside him, Henipolis was in high spirits. Last night in the big tent, the Devers finally confirmed his thoughts and seriously thought of a few suggestions to protect his interests. Hence, when he woke up this morning, he no longer had to worry about Lao's city. His whole body felt unusually relaxed. He excitedly chatted with Tormid for a while, and then pulled Marcius for a chat. He wanted to understand the process of yesterday's battle in detail. He was very lively, The army of Dionia arrived outside Syria city in a grandiose manner without any hindrance. This was expected by the Devers. He led the guards around the city to investigate. The city walls of Syria city were about 7 meters tall and more than a mile in circumference. It did not have a moat, but there was a moat in front of the city. There were 3 city gates in the west, south, and north. The port was surrounded by the city walls, and it was one with the city. Compared to Turiae and Crotone, it was not a big city, but it was much bigger than towns like Trine and Hyhernion. Based on the results of last night's interrogation of the captives, the Devers roughly understood the situation of Syracuse's forces in Syria city. There were originally 4,000 soldiers in Syria city, in addition to more than 20,000 civilians and slaves from Syracuse and their allies. They were mainly responsible for the transportation of food and supplies. There was also a special group of people. The knowledgeable mathematicians, skilled architects, machine makers, carpenters, shipwrights, and others that Dionysius had gathered in Sicily were nearly 1,000 people. The reason why Dionysius was able to break through Ciudad Crotone was because of the ballistae, siege towers, bows, and all kinds of siege equipment and facilities they made. This was also the group of people that the Devers coveted the most. In addition, there were Crotone and Syria soldiers who were captured during the battle at the Ramada River. Dionysius had already sold some of the captives to the slave traders. There were still 3,000 to 4,000 of them. Now that the defeated soldiers of Syracuse had retreated to Syria city, the number of people in the city was probably as high as 60,000. If it was not for Dionysius, who had already killed, sold, and looted the people of Syria city would not be able to accommodate so many people. The Devers looked at the densely packed Syracuse soldiers on top of the city wall, imagining if these defeated Syracuse soldiers would still be as calm as they were now when he gave the order to attack the city. Of course, the Devers would not recklessly attack a city with more than 30,000 soldiers and possibly 20,000 reserve soldiers. He had other plans. On top of the city wall, Dionysius had a complicated expression as he looked down at the troops galloping at high speed 100 meters below the city wall. His gloomy voice was squeezed out from between his teeth. I heard that the Devers of Dionia like to personally observe the enemy before every battle. He must be among them. Don't tell me you want to fire the ballista at them and hope that Apollo will bless you and let the stone pellets hit his head, Phoebides said mockingly. His arms and waist were wrapped in bandages, making him look like a mummy. He had suffered serious injuries in the battle yesterday and luckily escaped. After receiving treatment, he slept until noon today. When he heard that the Dionysian army had arrived, he still forced himself to go up to the city wall. Dionysius did not say anything. Phoebides had guessed correctly. He did have such a thought in his mind. I can't believe that such a strong army like ours lost to this young man we've been talking about. Phoebides' sigh was filled with doubts. Since he escaped back to the city yesterday, he did not have the time to investigate the details of the battle. So until now, he had not figured out how the Syracuse army lost. It's because Dionia completely saw through your battle deployment. They made targeted arrangements, and that's why we lost. Dionysius closed his eyes in pain. Dionia's left wing changed its formation at the last minute, the hidden spear formation behind the cavalry, the attack from the right wing of Dionia's reserve troops. He did not want to recall the nightmarish scene of the battle yesterday. With some resentment, he blamed Sparta for the failure, but he did not want to admit the fact that the quality of Syracuse's soldiers was not as good as Dionia's. Even though they had more soldiers on the left, center, and right flank, they did not give Dionia enough pressure to mobilize their troops and carry out their plan. This time, it was Phoebides' turn to be speechless. Although he had not figured out the reason for the failure, it was a fact that his strategy did not work. It's just a defeat. A few years ago, we were defeated by Carthage in a battle. We were surrounded by their army, and the people even rioted. The situation was even more critical than today. But under my command, with the help of Sparta's allies, we finally defeated Carthage. I heard that the general of Carthage, Hamilco, committed suicide. At this time, Dionysius looked around at his demoralized subordinates. He realized that he could no longer wallow in the failure. He had to pull himself together, or else the upcoming battle would be even more difficult. At the same time, he could no longer blame Phoebidas, because in this extremely disadvantageous situation for Syracuse, Syracuse would have to rely more on Sparta. Don't be fooled by the fact that Dionia is proud of their victory today. With the blessing of Apollo, we, the people of Syracuse, will let these free people of Dionia know that the final victory belongs to Syracuse. Lord Dionysius is right. For the past few years, when we faced Carthage, we always won after losing and finally became the master of Sicily. Is Dionia stronger than Carthage? Damocles immediately responded loudly. The people of Dionia are nothing to be afraid of. We need to raise the morale of our soldiers and wait for a chance to counterattack. Phasapeses also said loudly. The generals and ministers were encouraged, and their faces began to brighten up. Even the frustration in Phoebidas' heart had dissipated a lot. Only Androstene, the head of intelligence, who was at the periphery of the crowd, was puzzled. If Dionysius was not afraid of Dionia, why did he secretly send an envoy? After the Devers circled around the city, they returned to the army and issued an order. Build a camp a mile away from the city. His plan was to take advantage of the enemy's recent defeat and low morale to set up camp so close to the city, and then quickly advance to the two flanks and below the city, to achieve the final goal of completely besieging the Westritter city. As soon as the order was issued, half of the 50,000 soldiers began to dig trenches and build earthen walls. The other half was armed to the teeth, wary of any sneak attacks from Syracuse. Only Cypros led more than 1,000 trained soldiers and marched quickly to the west. They could not wait to reclaim their home, Trine City. Just as the Devers were urging the army to speed up the construction of the camp, Tormid came to report, "The envoy of Syracuse wishes to see you." "Oh, it's you again." Seeing the envoy of Syracuse, the Devers smiled meaningfully. "Is the reason why Dionysius sent you here this time to surrender to me?" "Sir Devers, we of Syracuse are the overlords of Sicily. Not only do we have 70,000 citizen soldiers and a population of 500,000, we also have more than a dozen states that are our allies, ready to listen to our call at any time," Damocles said proudly. "Even if we lose the naval battle and lose a lot of warships and soldiers, this is nothing. We, Syracuse, can organize another army, no less than this one, to come to Greece at any time. Can Dionia do it? If Syracuse is so powerful, you should be welcoming the arrival of your new army at the port of Syracuse. What are you doing here?" Secretary Henipolis mocked. Damocles ignored him. Instead, he looked at the Devers and said with a solemn expression, "Because if the war between Syracuse and Dionia continues, no matter who wins in the end, it will weaken the power of the Greeks in the western Mediterranean. It will benefit the natives like the Carthage, the Messapi, and the Simonians who hate the Greeks. I believe that neither Sir Dionysius nor Sir Devers want to see this happen. Therefore, Sir Dionysius sent me here on behalf of him to ask Sir Devers a question. He suggested, 'Do you agree to a ceasefire, Sir Devers?' What a ridiculous joke! Who was the one who led the army to invade Greece, burning, killing, and plundering? Why didn't your tyrant consider that such a brutal invasion and massacre would greatly weaken the power of the Greeks in the Italian peninsula and benefit the natives nearby? Oh, now that you've lost, you're thinking of peace and protecting the interests of the Greeks, huh?" Helipolis laughed loudly. "I just want to know if Dionysius knows the meaning of the word shameless." Damocles did not answer. Instead, he said, confidently, "The one who started the war was not Syracuse, but the Southern Alliance. If it wasn't for your attack on Rockley, we wouldn't have accepted the invitation of our ally to come to Greece." Henipolis was so angry that he laughed. He said angrily, "Now I know what it means." Chapter 5:27. Since Dionysius wants to negotiate, what are his conditions? The Devers asked calmly, as if Damocles' words had never happened. Damocles felt pressured instead. He bowed and said, "Lord Dionysius' suggestion is the army of Syracuse should return to Sicily and return all the lands and towns in Greater Greece, as well as the captives. However, the Southern Alliance must also promise not to start a war with the Lochley Alliance." "What?" Henipolis could no longer hold back and shouted, "Do you think we're fools? You've killed so many people of Dionia, turned the territories of Cremissa and Asprustum into ruins, and incited civil strife in the Bruttii region. Now that you've been defeated and trapped in the Syracuse, we're going to settle this debt of blood with you. But you want to escape to Sicily with just a peace negotiation? It's not that easy." This time, Damocles did not ignore it. He looked at the Devers and said seriously, "The peace negotiation is not decided by us, Syracuse. You can also state your conditions." The Devers pondered for a moment and said slowly, "Come back tomorrow. I need to think about this seriously. I also need to discuss it with Trine and the Syracuse." Damocles heard this and looked at the conflicted expression on the Devers' face. He was instantly delighted. It seemed that there was hope for the peace negotiation this time. After Damocles left, Henipolis could no longer hold back and asked in surprise, "Your Majesty, you really want to negotiate with the people of Syracuse? Do you think that's possible?" The Devers' calm expression suddenly became fierce. But just now, Henipolis seemed to have realized something. What the Syracuse emissary said just now reminded me that even if we eliminate the enemies here, Syracuse might still gather another army and continue to fight with us. So, the Devers looked at the lively camp in front of them and said firmly, "We can't just focus on Greater Greece. There's a saying that goes, if you don't kill the wolf, you'll be hurt by the wolf instead. We have to find a way to completely destroy this evil wolf of Syracuse." Henipolis suddenly became excited. "Your Majesty, you're preparing to attack Sicily?" The Devers nodded. Considering that this young man would be his confidant in the future, he revealed a hint of information. Aristyra's subordinates have long been active in Sicily. With the victory of this battle, we need to add more strength. At this moment, Tormid came to report with a joyful face, reporting to your Majesty, Syracuse has sent a messenger. His fleet has landed on the coast of Hyhernion with 5,000 Legem soldiers. They have already surrounded Hyhernion. The Devers had heard about Syracuse's plan from Helos before, so he wasn't too surprised. He rubbed his chin and pondered for a moment before giving an order. Tormid, call Helos, Antonios, and Hieronymus over. Yes. Tormid turned and left. Herny, I'll dictate. You record it down and write a letter. All right. This was the first time Henipolis had accepted a mission as a clerk, so he answered excitedly yes. The tent hadn't been built yet. He looked around and quickly found a wooden plank. He cut out a papyrus and laid on the grass, asking, "Who should I write the letter to?" "Legem's chief general, Lord Attilius." "Oh." Henipolis rolled his eyes. He knew that this was the father-in-law of the Devers. Not long after, a few generals had arrived. The Devers didn't exchange pleasantries with them and said directly, "Time is of the essence. Legem's army has landed on Syracuse's warships and surrounded Hyhernion. Medma's garrison is likely to head north to provide support. I request that you lead your troops to Hyhernion immediately, repel Locri's reinforcements, and seize Hyhernion. I will send you a siege battalion." As the Devers spoke, his gaze swept across the faces of the generals he trusted, and finally landed on Helos. Capturing Laus, rapidly marching to Trine, decisively heading north to cut off the return route of Syracuse's army. The series of military actions that Helos had taken during this period of time amazed the Devers. "So," he said slowly, "this time Helos will be the general of the army. All of you must listen to his orders." Leds didn't have any objections when he heard this. The cavalry had always been a subsidiary of the infantry and rarely had independent military operations. The siege and attack of Silatina had rendered the cavalry useless. He was happy to be able to send them out to fight. Hieronymus frowned and didn't say anything. Back in Persia, he was a general of the mercenary army, while Helos was just a squad leader. He was much more experienced than Helos, but now he had to listen to Helos's orders. It was impossible that he didn't have any thoughts. However, as long as the commander valued Hieronymus and there was a place for him to display his talents, he didn't have much desire to fight for power. Moreover, in the past few years in Greece, Helos's performance was obvious to all. Whether it was military or political affairs, he admired them all. Antonius began to feel uneasy. After all, Helos was his subordinate in the past, but now he had to listen to Helos's orders. He felt very uncomfortable. Moreover, he thought that his ability wasn't inferior to Helos's, and he was leading the strongest legion in Ionia. If those proud soldiers heard about this, they would probably make a scene. Thinking of this, he was about to speak. Helos spoke first. "Your Majesty, I think Lord Antonios is more suitable to be the commander of this military operation. Not only is he experienced, but the First Legion under him is also the most reliable force in this operation. If he is the commander, all the brothers who are going to war will be willing to listen to him." Antonios glanced at him and then turned to look at Devers. Devers smiled. Helos had been honed over the years, and even his words had become more tactful. Devers shook his head lightly. "Antonios can't be the commander of the attack on Hiernion. The First Legion he leads has a more important mission." Hearing this, Antonios was puzzled. Was there anything more important than attacking Silentland and Rockley? "General Hieronymus, Commander Leds, the two of you will do your best to assist Helos in repelling the Rockley people and take down Hiernion as soon as possible." Devers clenched his fist and waved it forcefully. "Then we'll press on to Medma. If there's a chance, take it down and make sure that the Rockley people have no place on the west coast of Greece." Hieronymus and Leds immediately expressed that they were willing to listen to Helos's command. "What I just said was just my suggestion. The specific actions will depend on you to be flexible according to the situation on the battlefield. You don't have to ask for my permission. I believe that the results you will obtain will exceed my expectations." Devers encouraged the three of them and then said to Helos, "This trip to Hiernion involves the cooperation with the Lygium army. You have to handle your relationship with them well." "I will, Your Majesty." Helos nodded solemnly. "But you don't have to worry too much. The commander of the Lygium army is called Phaedon. I heard that he's a brave and good fighter, and he's easy to get along with. He knows the big picture," Devers comforted him. Then he looked at Antonios and said solemnly, "After the First Legion arrives in Hiernion and assists Helos in repelling the Rockley reinforcements, if it's easy to take down Hiernion, the First Legion will participate in the siege. If the siege takes a long time, the First Legion shouldn't stay in Hiernion for long. The Seclian fleet will be docked at the coast of Hiernion. The soldiers of the First Legion will board the ships and head to Lygium." "The First Legion is going to Lygium?" Antonios was a little surprised. "Yes, to Lygium." Devers took a letter from Hinepolis, passed it to Antonios, and instructed him seriously, "Pass this letter to Lord Atalicres of Lygium. If he provides you with military rations and other assistance according to the letter, then the First Legion's final destination will be Sicily. If he refuses, then the First Legion will have to return to Hiernion." Sicily. When the word came out of Diver's mouth, all the generals present were shocked. "What, are you afraid?" Devers looked at Antonios mockingly. Originally, Antonios was a little dissatisfied with the Devers' choice of Helos as the expedition commander. Now that he knew that he would be leading the army to leave Greece and cross the sea to attack Sicily alone, he couldn't help but feel pressured. But after being provoked by Devers, he braced himself and said, "The First Legion is willing to go to Sicily. The First Legion's combat power is the strongest in the Legion of Dionysia. Many of the soldiers are old brothers who participated in the Persia expedition. They have rich experience fighting in enemy territory. So, if the First Legion can't carry out this battle plan, the other legions won't be able to gain a foothold in Sicily. Devers said to Antonius, full of hope. Antonius forced a smile in response. Chapter 5:28. And now, Syracuse's huge army is pinned down by us in Greece. When the news of the defeat of its navy and the defeat of the battle reaches Sicily, the people there will definitely have a new idea. Dionia's strength is not as strong as Syracuse. Even if we annihilate the army in Silatina, Syracuse will only need to rest for a few years to regain its strength and become a big problem for Dionia. Therefore, for the sake of Dionia's future, we must take advantage of this opportunity of Syracuse's heavy losses to completely destroy its hegemony in Sicily. The Deverses' words greatly moved the generals present. Just as they were deep in thought, the Devers continued to speak to Antonius. Previously, I've already sent people to the east of Sicily to contact the people and forces that oppose Syracuse in various city-states. I believe that when the news of the defeat of Syracuse's army in Greece reaches Sicily, they will definitely take action. When the First Legion arrives in Sicily, the important thing is not to annihilate the enemy, but to contact these forces that are dissatisfied with Syracuse, overthrow the tyranny of their city-states, break away from the Sicilian alliance led by Syracuse, and finally isolate Syracuse. The Devers' words lifted Antonio's spirits. He now somewhat understood one of the reasons why the Devers sent him to be the commander of the expedition to Sicily was because he was the best at socializing among the several commanders. At this time, Henipolis also spread out the map of Sicily on the grass, and everyone gathered around. The Devers asked, Commander Antonius, where do you think the First Legion should land in Sicily? This was a test for Antonius. Not only him, but the others also looked at the map and fell into deep thought. They were not like the Devers, who considered things in a more comprehensive and long-term way. They were very familiar with Greece, but they were unfamiliar with Sicily. Antonius squatted on the ground and stared at the map, which was still unfamiliar to him. He tried to memorize every city, every river, and every mountain marked on it. His eyes moved from Syracuse, Tanis, Leontini, Catanae, Naxos, all the way to the north, and finally stopped at the corner of Lygum, which was only a strait away from it. At dusk, Corunia City suddenly became lively, because more than 2,000 citizen soldiers who had been forced to follow Syracuse's army had returned. The people hugged their loved ones and asked about their well-being. At the same time, they thanked Dionia for its kindness. The citizens who had lost their loved ones cried bitterly, cursing the people of Syracuse for bringing disaster to them. On the other hand, the citizens whose loved ones were trapped in Silatina were worried. They prayed to Apollo for their safety in the upcoming battle. At this time, in the Council of Corunia, the councillors were arguing about a letter that the soldiers had brought back from the Devers. Chief General Frinris finally stood up and said loudly, "Citizens of Corunia, this is a critical moment that concerns the survival of Corunia. If you still hold a vague attitude and want to keep delaying without giving a clear answer to the Southern Alliance, Corunia will be in a very dangerous situation." His words quieted down the noise in the meeting hall. Someone stood up and retorted, "Lord Phreniris, you've got it backwards. Now that Dionysia has defeated Syracuse and trapped them in Siratin, we've escaped the danger of being massacred and pillaged by Syracuse. We're completely safe now." Completely safe. Frinris sneered, looked around, and asked loudly, "Do you all think so?" Of course not. Someone in the council stood up, and Frinris recognized him as Eulopatos. "I agree with you, Frinris. Corunia is in danger now. Everyone, when you heard the letter from the Consul Devers of Dionia, I don't know if you've noticed what it said. After repeated discussions with the generals of Crotone and Trine, it has been agreed that over 2,000 Corunia soldiers who were captured in the battle against Syracuse and the battle to capture Trine should be allowed to return home. Perhaps you only saw the goodwill of Dionia to allow our citizens to return home safely, but you didn't see the words repeated discussions in the letter. What does this mean?" Eulopatos' tone became heavier, It means that some people in Crotone, Trine, and even Dionia are dissatisfied with us sending troops to participate in the battle against Syracuse, defending Trine city, capturing Crotone, and participating in the battle against Ionia. Our actions have caused them to hold a grudge against us. But we were forced to. Someone in the crowd shouted. If we didn't do this, Coruña would have suffered the same fate as the Saricians. That's right. As Coruña's ally for many years, they should understand that we were forced to make this decision. The people in the hall shouted in agreement. Yes, they understand, and that's why they released our citizens. Now, it's time for us to respond to Dionia's goodwill. Eulopatos said with a solemn expression, Don't forget what the Devers said at the end of the letter. After winning the battle, the Southern Alliance is fighting back against Syracuse and their accomplices, the Locrian Alliance. They are determined to destroy them completely. Therefore, I hope that Coruña will seriously consider returning to the Southern Alliance. Pick up your spear and shield, and join the ranks to fight against the invaders. All the countries of the Southern Alliance are eagerly awaiting your reply. Everyone, is this the request of the Consul Devers of Dionia? No, this is his warning to Coruña. This is the ultimatum given to us by the Southern Alliance. If we don't make a clear statement, the Southern Alliance will see Coruña as the accomplices of Syracuse and Locrian. Who knows, in a few days the Southern Alliance might not send their emissaries to Coruña, but their army. The hall suddenly became even quieter, but there were still people who disagreed. Eulopatos, it's not that we don't want to fight against Syracuse. Don't forget, we still have 1,000 soldiers in Syracuse. If Dionysius finds out that Coruña has betrayed him with his cruel personality, our people will die in his hands. Then, who will bear the responsibility of the families of the dead soldiers? Yes, it's not that we don't want to fight against the people of Syracuse who oppress us, but this concerns the lives of our citizens. We must be careful, at least compared to the ferocious people of Syracuse. Crotone and Trine have been allies of Coruña for decades. Dionia has always been generous and magnanimous. They should forgive us for our hesitation. Someone else in the hall echoed. Phreniris finally could not hold it in any more, and said loudly again, Everyone, you think too highly of our former alliance. Syracuse has been massacred. Trine has been conquered, and the people have lost their homes. Crotone's city has been burned down, and it's said that almost half of its people have died. Dionia's citizen soldiers have also lost more than 10,000 people, and the cities outside Cremissa and Asperistum have been turned into ruins. Compared to them, even if we include the loss of 1,000 soldiers, our losses are still relatively minor. Lord Phreniris, what do you mean by this? Don't tell me the lives of our 1,000 soldiers are not important. Someone immediately questioned. The Southern Alliance will not think that they are important. They will only think that we have sacrificed too little. Don't forget that our soldiers have invaded their territory and attacked their cities. Even though we were forced to do so, if we treat their kindness as mercy and do not make a decision quickly, anger and jealousy will grow wildly in their hearts like weeds. They will make Coruña a target that must be destroyed just like Syracuse and Rockley. When that happens, who can Coruña rely on? Syracuse? We all know that if we win this war, Syracuse will only support Rockley to swallow us up. In this war that involved all the city-states of Greece, they could either fight to survive or perish. No city-state could live peacefully without fighting. Everyone, you decide the fate of Coruña, and I am willing to face the anger of the people and be the first to vote for Coruña to rejoin the Southern Alliance and declare war on Syracuse and Rockley. The hall was dead silent. Phreniris' heavy and emotional speech deeply touched everyone in the hall, forcing them to weigh the pros and cons more deeply. I am willing to be the second person to support Coruña's declaration of war on Syracuse. Eulopatos stood up. Then the third person. In the end, the council passed the declaration of war on Syracuse proposal with a small majority. Then, in the emergency meeting, although many citizens strongly opposed it, and some even rushed onto the stage and wanted to beat Phreniris up, the 2,000 citizens that Dionia had sent back played a key role. They even had more votes than the council, allowing Corunia to rejoin the Southern Alliance. Ever since Rockley's army repelled the Lygium's attack on Medma, Rockley's 15,000 soldiers have been guarding Medma. Chapter 5:29. However, Dionysius was concerned about the safety of the rear, so he strictly ordered the Lockley people to guard against the Lygium and prevent Medma from being ambushed again. At the same time, the Lockley army had to help the Trine garrison to prevent the Dionysian army from appearing on the Ophelia plains through Canopetia. Therefore, the main force of Lockley was forced to stay in the city of Medma by Dionysius. Diophantos felt very aggrieved. However, when the news that the navy of Syracuse had suffered 2 crushing defeats at the hands of Dionia came, Diophantos had to be more vigilant. This was because Dionia, who had the advantage of the sea, might send their troops to the rear of the battlefield through their fleets, to Cilicia, Hiernion, Trine, Corunna, and even Lockley. Most of the soldiers of Lockley were in Medma, and a small number of them followed the army of Syracuse, so the city was very empty. At this time, he was not in the mood to fight at the front line, other than hoping that Syracuse's powerful army could defeat the Dionia and prevent them from attacking the rear. He also paid close attention to the situation of the enemy around him. Soon, the Syracuse fleet entered Taurina. Diophantos, who heard the news, became even more nervous. However, because Medma's port was blocked by Dionia's warships, he could only send scouts to investigate the enemy's movements across the Maro River. This morning, Diophantos received a report from the scouts. There seemed to be some movement at Taurina port. He had a bad feeling in his heart. Sure enough, a few hours later, a messenger from Hiernion galloped from the north, telling him anxiously Lygium's army was preparing to attack Hiernion, and he hoped that the Lockley army could immediately rush over to help. Diophantos was already prepared for this. The whereabouts of the Lygium and Dionysian fleet had been exposed, but he was actually relieved. He immediately left 5,000 soldiers to defend Medma, while he quickly led 10,000 soldiers north. By noon, his army had entered Hiernion territory. Phaeduin knew that Rockley's army was coming, but he didn't panic. As it turned out, after he landed on the coast of Hiernion, he sent his cavalry to inform the Dionysian army that had already landed on the Ophelia plain yesterday afternoon. He did not expect to run into the Trine army that was preparing to garrison the Trine empty city. Only then did he know that the Dionia army had defeated the Syracuse army in the battle and had already reached the city of Cyrene. Lygium scouts immediately rushed to the Sirius and contacted the Dionysian army. Only then did divers send Xylos, Antonios, Hieronymus, and leads to reinforce them. When Phaeduin received the good news brought back by the scout, he was both surprised and overjoyed. Therefore, when the reinforcements were about to arrive, he didn't panic at all. Instead, he was secretly delighted. He sent the scout to inform the Dionia army that was on the way, and set up a battle formation outside Hiernion. An hour later, the Rockley army arrived outside Hiernion. Diophantos saw that the Lygium army was ready for battle, and he was naturally unafraid since he had the advantage in numbers. After setting up the battle formation, he immediately launched an attack. Phaeduin had originally considered using the tactic of luring the enemy, but it was difficult for the Lygium army, who had only undergone a few rounds of military training in a year, to play such a difficult tactic well. Phaeduin, who was serious and dared to put his life on the line, simply chose to fight head-on. He placed himself at the forefront of the battle formation. The Lygium army, who only had half the number of soldiers, was naturally no match for the enemy. After fighting for a while, they were finally defeated due to the enemy's fierce attacks on their flanks. The soldiers threw away their armor and fled north. Diophantos had no intention of letting these defeated Lygium soldiers go just like that. In fact, during this period of time, he had been troubled by the Lygium army led by Phaeduin. Under Phaeduin's leadership, the Lygium militia, who had always been rather delicate, were rather resilient. Even after the ambush by the Rockley army during the siege of Medmar, and after retreating back to Torina, the Lygium still crossed the river to harass them from time to time. This was a rare opportunity. The Lygium were trapped in the land between Hyhernion and the Ramata River, with nowhere to run. Diapantos could annihilate this big trouble in one fell swoop, obtain a glorious battle record, and win himself fame. Therefore, he led his soldiers in hot pursuit, not giving the Lygium any time to recover. He wanted to prevent them from escaping to the warships by the sea and escaping Hyhernion. Diapantos' idea was good, but unfortunately, the information he and Phaeduin knew wasn't equivalent. After the general of the garrison at Syracuse in Trine learned of their crushing defeat last night, he didn't send anyone to inform Hyhernion that night. He wanted to do so the next day, but his troops split up, so he didn't send any messengers at all. He believed that the troops returning to Hyhernion would inform their mother country of the news. Unexpectedly, not long after the returning troops crossed the Ramata River, they encountered Lygium's landing troops to the north of Hyhernion and were quickly routed. Phaeduin sent a small portion of his soldiers to chase after the routed troops, while the rest quickly headed south and surrounded Hyhernion. Before that, the Hibernians who learned of the Lygium's landing had already sent a messenger to Medma asking for help. Therefore, Diapantos didn't know of the important news of Dionia defeating the Syracuse army. Or even if he knew, he would have stepped up his attack, hoping to get rid of the troublesome Lygium before Dionia moved south. Based on his previous battlefield experience, he would never believe that Dionia could reach Hyhernion in such a short time after the battle ended last night. But that was how the miracle happened. After receiving the Dever's orders, Dionia's reinforcements quickly assembled and set off. Halfway through their journey, they received an urgent messenger from Phaeduin. Hielos, Antonios, Hieronymus, and Leds had a brief discussion and came up with a battle plan. They first sent scouts to Trine to inform Cypros, and at the same time urged the troops to speed up their march. The Dionia soldiers who had been marching since morning were a little tired, but with the veterans of the First Legion leading by example, taking the lead in carrying out military orders seriously, and hearing that there was a victory waiting for them once they reached Hyhernion, the 10,000 Brudi recruits immediately took big strides. By the time Dionia's reinforcements crossed the Corda River, a tributary of the Ramata River, and entered Hyhernion territory from the east, the Locrian had already chased the Lygium into a narrow area between the coast and the Ramata River. Although Dionia's fleet was anchored there, the panicked Lygium soldiers did not have time to board the ships. Seeing that they were about to be chased into the sea by the enemy, Cypros led 1,000 Trina soldiers across the Ramata River and launched a frontal attack. The Locrian were shocked. They thought that the defenders of Trine on the other side of the Ramata River were Syracuse's defenders. They did not expect the Trine soldiers to come, and they were caught off guard. Although their numbers were far less than the Locrian's reinforcements, the Locrian had already scattered after a long period of pursuit. The soldiers could not find the general, and the general could not manage the soldiers. Not only did they lose their formation, but they also lost their organization. The Trina's attack easily pierced through their front. Just as Diapantos was urgently gathering the scattered soldiers and preparing to deal with this new threat, a deafening shout of Hades came from the rear of the Locrian army. The Brudi troops, led by Hielos, the Brudi troops led by Hieronymus, the First Legion led by Antonios, and the cavalry led by Leds totaled more than 15,000 soldiers. With rumbling footsteps, they crushed the Locrian army's rear with a wide front. Seeing such a terrifying scene, the morale of the scattered Rockley soldiers plummeted. Before the battle even began, they scattered and fled in all directions. The only task left for Xylos was to pursue them, and for the Dionysian army they were the most experienced in chasing down routed soldiers. To the north was the Ramata River, to the west was the sea, to the northeast was the Trine people, and to the southeast was the Dionia army. The sailors of the Seclian fleet also disembarked and joined the pursuit from the southwest. With more than 1,000 cavalrymen, the Locrian army was almost surrounded. In the end, more than 9,000 people were captured, and less than 1,000 managed to escape Dionia's pursuit. Diapantos was not one of them. Although he had already thrown away his helmet, the dazzling breastplate he had specially made to show that he was different from ordinary citizens had become the target of attention and pursuit of the Dionia cavalry. Thus, he could not escape the cavalry's pursuit. When Helos, Antonios, and the rest saw Phedon, he was focused on cleaning the wounded soldiers of Hegemon. Helos and Antonios looked at each other. Antonius took a step forward and called out respectfully, "General Phedon." Only then did Phedon look up from his busy work. When he saw the few soldiers wearing purple and red crowns in front of him, he hurriedly wiped his blood-stained hands on Hegemon's breastplate and told the soldiers beside him to continue with the treatment. Then he quickly stood up and praised loudly, "Generals of Dionia, you have come at the right time. In this battle, you have completely defeated the main force of the Locri army." "No, General Phedon, you are wrong." Antonio's words stunned Phedon. Then he continued, "This is a victory that Dionia, Hegemon, and Trine have won together. This is a glorious victory that belongs to the Southern Alliance." Chapter 530. Antonios looked at the wounded soldiers behind him and said with concern, "Our medical camp will be here soon. Please allow them to treat the wounded soldiers of your army." "That's great. I've heard that Dionia's medical skills are the best in Greece." Phedon smiled even more happily. Both parties greeted each other and introduced themselves. The atmosphere was very harmonious. At this moment, the Navy commander, Sequirian, also arrived. Before the war, when the Navy of Dionia was first established, Sequirian did not command the Navy and achieved any decent results. Even if he was valued by the Devers, the commanders would not really pay attention to him. The two naval victories, as well as the attack against Hyhernion this time, were all thanks to him. Hence, the army showed him respect and spoke to him as an equal. In the meantime, they talked about the soul-stirring battle from yesterday, causing Phedon and Sequirian to yearn for it. They wished they could have been there. General Sequirian. At this moment, Antonios took out a papyrus scroll and said seriously, "This is an order from His Majesty." Sequirian immediately opened the scroll and looked surprised. "His Majesty wants me to listen to your command and transport the First Legion to Sicily." Antonios nodded solemnly. Phedon heard this and immediately asked, "You want to attack Sicily?" Antonios nodded again and said, "We know nothing about Sicily. We still need your help, General Phedon." This was why he took out the order on this occasion. Phedon did not decline. Instead, he said enthusiastically, "Lord Devers has made the right decision. We, the Hegemon, are very close to Sicily, so we know very well how powerful Dionysius is in Sicily. It's not enough to just destroy his army that invaded Greece. Only by weakening his power in Sicily can we eliminate his threat to Greece. I have a deeper understanding of the Greek city-states in the east of Sicily. I'm very willing to share this information with you." Antonios immediately expressed his gratitude, and he began to discuss this matter with Phedon and Sequirian. Helos and Hieronymus did not stay idle either. Because it was getting late, they regrouped their troops and escorted the captives. Cypros invited them to return to Trine to rest first, and they would attack Hyhernion the next morning. At this moment, they knew very well in their hearts that Locri had suffered such a heavy blow, and Hyhernion, who had no military strength, was no longer able to resist Dionia's attack. Therefore, while Helos sent messengers to report the situation to the Devers, he also asked for instructions on how to deal with Hyhernion. Dionysius, who was in West Ritter City, heaved a sigh of relief after receiving Damocles' report. In his previous research on Devers, he found that Devers did not like to be ruthless and would often leave some leeway for their opponents. In the past, he often despised this kind of soft-heartedness, but now he hoped that Devers would do the same. The Devers are still too young. Dionysius could not help but mock after getting a satisfactory result, as though the thrill of his words could temporarily offset the fear he had for the young man. The new king of Dionia was actually able to turn the situation around when he was surrounded by enemies on all sides. What terrifying military leadership ability! As long as he was willing to negotiate. Dionysius even began to imagine the harsh conditions that Dionia would put forward during the peace talks tomorrow. He had already considered it, and as long as the conditions that Dionia put forward were not too difficult, he would accept them. As long as he could bring the tens of thousands of soldiers back to Sicily and release the captives, just like how Dionia treated Crotone, Syracuse would not suffer too much damage. His position as the overlord would not be threatened, and his hegemony in Sicily could still be maintained. As for the peace treaty with Dionia, when Syracuse's power was restored, it would be nothing more than a piece of scrap paper. Dionysius did not intend to abide by it at all. He would not be like the Devers who would foolishly keep promises for the sake of a good reputation. But Devers's military leadership ability is too strong. It seems that I have to think of other ways to deal with him. Dionysius pondered. His long and narrow eyes glinted with an intimidating and sinister light. At this moment, an attendant came in and reported, "My lord, the ships and sailors are ready. They are waiting for your order. Let them wait until nightfall. After confirming that there are no enemy ships outside the port, they will quietly set off." Dionysius said solemnly, "Tell them that the lives of the citizens of Syracuse are in their hands. I hope that under Apollo's protection, they will not be afraid of danger and return home safely." Although the Dionia fleet had begun to blockade the port after Syracuse retreated, it was impossible for them to do so for 24 hours, especially at night. The sailors had to go ashore to eat and rest, and the warships had to return to Crotone's port to be towed into the dock for maintenance, drying, and cleaning of water maggots. Otherwise, the sturdiness of the ships could not be guaranteed. Even if the fleet took turns to blockade the port, they did not dare to spread out for fear of losses. After all, there were more than 30 Syracuse warships in the port. Because of these reasons, the Dionysian fleet could not completely blockade the port at night. Therefore, at night, the defense outside the port was more lax, and Dionysius's ships should be able to leave without a hitch. However, sailing in the dark was much more dangerous. Storms, hidden reefs, deviations from the course, and even encounters with the southern fleet of Dionia could kill these ships. However, Dionysius could only believe that the few ships he sent out, which were manned by the most experienced helmsmen and sailors in the navy, would eventually return to the port of Syracuse and let Philistos understand the difficult situation of the Syracuse army in Greece. Although the treasury of Syracuse was greatly depleted, and most of the young citizens were already in Greece, and new warships could not be built in a short period of time, Dionysius still believed in Philistos' ability. He believed that he could build an army of no less than 20,000 men, a fleet of no less than 100 three-hulled warships, and 2 months' worth of military supplies for 50,000 people. Of course, this was another preparation that Dionysius had made in case the peace talks failed. As for how things would be carried out, it was beyond his control. He could only pin his hopes on Apollo. Watching the attendant leave the hall, he could not sit still and decided to take a look at the blacksmith shop in the city. Another reason he sent people to the peace talks was to buy time. The most pressing problem for the Syracuse army now was not rations. Due to the large number of casualties in the battle, the food reserves in Syracuse were enough to last them for more than a month, but weapons and equipment. This was because after the defeat, the soldiers had thrown away their helmets, shields, and even breastplates, spears, and swords in order to escape. Of course, the enemy had also thrown away their equipment in order to catch up with them. However, the victors were the Dionia, so they could pick up the equipment when they cleaned up the battlefield. On the other hand, the soldiers of Syracuse had to flee into Syracuse empty-handed. Fortunately, there were still thousands of weapons and equipment in the city that they had looted. However, this was far from enough. He had to ask the blacksmiths who had followed the army and were responsible for repairing the weapons to use the blacksmith shop in the city to hurry up and rebuild the weapons and armor. For this, he also ordered his men to search the city for iron, ore, and scrap iron. Now he wanted to check on the progress of this important work. Halfway through, he suddenly remembered something and stopped in his tracks. He turned and walked in another direction, to Phoebides's residence. At this point in the war, Phoebides's military advisor was not very useful. However, as a Sparta, he could play a unique role in the peace talks. The next morning, Phoebides and Syracuse's envoy, Damocles, arrived at the camp that Dionia was building. This time, the Devers did not come out to greet them personally. Instead, they sent the clerk Henepolis to be in charge of the negotiations. As soon as they met, Henepolis gave Damocles a show of strength. Yesterday, after a discussion between His Majesty the Devers and the commanders of the army, they came to the conclusion that given the poor reputation of your general, Dionysius, you need to do something to show your sincerity in the peace talks. Only then can we start the peace talks. Damocles immediately protested. People of Dionia, you are humiliating General Dionysius. So what? Henepolis raised his head and said arrogantly, can Dionysius still send troops to threaten Dionia? Oh, I forgot he has already tried. Unfortunately, he failed. Now, you are the ones asking for peace talks. Damocles was speechless for a moment. After a moment of silence, he said sullenly, what do you want us to do? Chapter 531. When Damocles heard this, his expression changed drastically. He protested loudly. The war between Syracuse and Dionia is being carried out under the witness of Ares. Anything that happens during a war is normal. Sparta did not massacre the citizens of Athens after their victory because the navy of Athens ravaged the coast of their territory. We, Syracuse, did not annihilate all the people of Carthage in Sicily because of Carthage's repeated massacres of the cities of Sicily. Therefore, Dionia cannot make such harsh demands. This is not the Greek tradition of war. Does the ancient tradition of Greece allow the people of Syracuse to hire foreigners to slaughter defenseless Greek women, the elderly, and children? Henepolis bared his teeth and roared at him. Since you say that this is war, then we, Dionia, are willing to continue fighting until we conquer Syracuse. Then we will chop off the heads of these foreigners whose hands are stained with the blood of the people of Dionia. Otherwise, once the peace treaty is signed, we can only watch as these murderers swagger away. His Majesty the Devers will not accept this. The brave soldiers of the Legion will not accept this. All the people of Dionia will not accept this. Once the peace treaty is signed, we can only watch as they leave. This sentence moved Damocles. He pretended to be helpless and said, your conditions are too high. Can you change it a little? For example, you only want the heads of some of them or the lives of the leaders. No, this is the most basic condition. Henepolis replied firmly. Damocles had no choice but to say, all right, I can't make the decision on this matter. I have to go back and report to General Dionysius. He will make the decision. After that, he exchanged glances with Phoebides, who was beside him. Then, with Henepolis's permission, the guards put on a blindfold and sent him out of the camp. Phoebides did not leave. He requested to see the Devers as an envoy of Sparta. This made it hard for Henepolis to refuse. He could only ask him to wait while he went to inform the king of Devers. Phoebides waited for a long time. It was not because the Devers were playing tricks on him, but because he was not near the main tent. He had gone to the engineering camp. When the Dionysian army occupied Syracuse camp, they obtained a lot of resources, including some siege weapons. There was no need to mention the ballista. Dionia originally copied it from Syracuse, but later made further improvements. Due to the application of the parabolic theory, Dionia's ballista was more refined and accurate. The abdominal bow was another siege weapon of Syracuse. Its principle was similar to that of the ballista. The engineers could roughly replicate it by looking at its structure. After all, the most difficult part of the abdominal bow was the use of pulleys, which happened to be what Dionia's engineering camp was best at. The other siege weapons, such as siege hammers, chariots, and ballistas, were easy to replicate, but the Devers looked at them carefully. He needed to understand the siege methods and thinking of the Syracusans through these various siege weapons. When Syracuse conquered the big city of Crotone, the Devers were shocked. Compared to Syracuse, who had countless siege weapons in Sicily, the Dionysian army, who were good at field battles, had relatively little experience in siege battles, including the Devers themselves. Therefore, learning from the enemy was the best way to improve. Of course, among these siege weapons, the most eye-catching and the most difficult to make was the siege tower. Dionia could also make siege towers, but they paled in comparison to the siege towers made by Syracuse. Even though the siege tower in front of him had only completed the base and the first floor, its scale was still quite astonishing. It was 20 meters long and 6 to 7 meters wide. Rather than calling it a tower, it would be more accurate to call it a wall. The Devers walked around it a few times, then turned back to ask Alops, one of the best engineers in the engineering camp, "Can it be replicated?" The engineering camp of Dionia's army was a bit special. Its team officers did not need to understand construction. They only needed to know how to manage troops and have some battlefield experience. Their duty was to serve the engineers, ensure their safety, and provide them with all kinds of materials they needed. When the army issued construction orders, they were also responsible for coordinating with other units and recruiting soldiers to serve as labor. Therefore, the team officers of the engineering camp were mostly veterans who were injured on the battlefield and had some disabilities. The real treasure of the engineering camp were the engineers. When the Devers first established the engineering camp, the system was still a little rough. Now it had become a fixed assessment system for engineers. Not only did the engineers have to be literate and have strong hands-on skills, but they also had to have a deep knowledge of mathematical theories. Only then could they pass the assessment and become an engineer of the army. Other than farming their own land, these engineers were also highly sought after by the citizens of the Alliance. They built houses, workshops, made furniture, and so on. Their pay was not low. When there was a large-scale public project in the city, they would be invited to participate. Although the pay was not as high, their names would be engraved on the stone monument when the project was completed. This was a great honor for them. Other than the engineers, there were also skilled craftsmen, carpenters, and blacksmiths in the engineering camp. They were the assistants of the engineers and helped them make all kinds of equipment needed for war. In addition, there were also some slaves in the camp, mainly for the engineers. As the Army's requirements for engineers became higher and higher, and the assessment for engineers became more formal, more than half of the engineers of the various armies came from the laboratories of the Dionia Academy. However, Arops was different. He was originally a mercenary in the Persia expedition. Because he knew some carpentry, he was transferred to the engineering camp after the Devers established it. However, he studied hard and finally became a skilled carpenter. He also took the initiative to join the adult class of the Dionia Academy. Through his hard work, he quickly got rid of the illiteracy hat. Then, because of the agreement between the Devers and Mentatics, there was a period of time when the craftsmen of the army entered the laboratory of the Academy of Mathematics and became the garrison of scholars. Arops took the opportunity to learn advanced mathematical knowledge and finally gain the recognition of Martocores. He became his disciple and passed the assessment to become an engineer. Therefore, Arops was a typical self-taught person. He was respected by the craftsmen of Dionia and encouraged them to learn from him. "Your Majesty, it is possible to duplicate it, but it will take some time," Arops said seriously. He squatted down and struggled to pick up a large wooden wheel. The most difficult part of making this siege tower is the wooden wheels and the axles. Such a large and heavy construction tower must be supported by these wooden wheels and axles. The requirements for them are very high. How big are the diameter of the axles? How thick and how wide are the wooden wheels? How many sets of axles and wooden wheels are needed to ensure that the siege tower can be smoothly moved? These questions need to be tested repeatedly before we can be sure. Also, Your Majesty, The size and width of so many wooden wheels are basically the same. Without a large number of skilled carpenters, it is very difficult to achieve this. Otherwise, if there is a slight difference in the size of these wooden wheels, the siege tower may tilt and collapse due to the imbalance. With the current abilities of our engineering battalion, it will be difficult to achieve this. Arops said with slight regret. He stood up and looked at the siege tower in front of him in a daze. He spread his arms and gestured with his hands. Your Majesty, look. The walls on both sides of the siege tower are not vertical. Instead, they are tilted inward. Although I can't see the whole picture, I am sure that it is in the shape of a trapezoid. This way, it can increase the stability of the base. But what is the most suitable angle for the walls to tilt? How high must the horizontal plates be built to ensure that the forces on the walls are evenly distributed and stable? The Devers did not care too much about the technical details that Arops was talking about. He understood the meaning behind Arops's words. In short, you will need to repeatedly calculate and experiment in order to make a siege tower that can operate normally. Yes, Your Majesty. We need time. Arops answered truthfully. He looked at the people behind him and said, For such a large siege tower, we do not have enough manpower. Furthermore, this is the first time we are building it, although there were no less than 500 people in the siege battalion, which was not a small number. The Devers understood the hidden meaning behind Arops's words. There were not enough outstanding engineers and craftsmen. Thinking about how the people of Syracuse had built 3 large siege towers in a few days, the Devers were envious of the thousands of engineers in Syracuse City. That was the wealth that the Devers truly desired. I will give you time to study and try to build this siege tower, but do not be too impatient. You must thoroughly study the technology and finally master it. The Devers encouraged them. Thank you, Your Majesty. Phoebides, who was sitting in the tent, was being watched by 4 guards. He could not wander around and look around, so he could only use his eyes to size up the tent. As a result, he discovered a secret. The layout of the Devers' tent was very similar to Dionysius's tent. Aside from the fact that it was not as big as Dionysius's tent, the layout was also very simple. Apart from a few hangers for armors and weapons, and a bed covered with straw and fur, the most eye-catching thing was undoubtedly the few wooden tables filled with scrolls of paper and silk. This was obviously similar to Dionysius's tent. It seemed that while this consul was marching and fighting, he was also handling many affairs within the alliance. Chapter 532. Just when he was getting impatient, the Devers returned with Henipolis. Before Phoebides could say anything, the Devers spoke first. I know you, Phoebides of Sparta. 10 years ago, you came to the Senate of Thurii as a messenger of Sparta and framed me for hiding the soldiers of Persia's expeditionary army. You even threatened that Sparta will teach Dionia a painful lesson. I still remember what you said to me. Phoebides did not expect the Devers to mention the past to him as soon as he came in. He was caught off guard. If it was his usual temperament, he would have stiffened his neck and said, That's right, I did say those words. The fact that there was a war with Crotone later proved that Dionia was indeed hiding those mercenaries. However, times had changed. Sparta's current predicament and Syracuse's current situation had forced him to choose his words carefully. It was not that he did not know politics, but he did not have to think too much about Sparta's strength in the past. However, Dionia's current status in Greece of the Western Mediterranean, and the strength that the Devers had shown in the war, had made Phoebides feel a little fearful. The usually tough Sparta said stiffly, That's just a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? No, I don't think so. The Devers stared at him. His sharp eyes seemed to be able to see through his heart. It's because you have a grudge against Dionia that you accepted Sparta's order and went to Syracuse as a military advisor. You followed Dionysius to invade Greece and commanded the right wing of Syracuse to defeat Crotone during the Battle of Romillo River. Then you commanded the right wing again during the Battle of Crotone and attempted to defeat Dionia's army. Phoebides of Sparta, Your hands are stained with the blood of Greece." Phoebidas was shocked. He didn't expect the Devers to know everything about his actions in Greece. However, he didn't have to lie to the Devers like he did before. "I think you must have misunderstood. Dionysius is afraid of Dionia's army and hopes that Sparta can send officers to help him. As an ally, Sparta can't refuse. I've been to Sicily several times, and I'm familiar with Dionysius. That's why the Elder Council sent me to help Dionysius. I'm just doing my duty." "Your duty?" "To help Syracuse and slaughter Greece." "Is this how Sparta treats Greece?" The Devers sneered. There was a hint of anger on his face. "If that's the case, don't blame our spears and shields for being blind. It's every Sparta's honor to be able to die on the battlefield." Phoebidas wasn't afraid of the Devers' threat. However, now that the Dionia had turned the tide of the war, he had to take into account Dionia's perception of Sparta. Therefore, he defended Sparta. "Master Devers, you should know that when Sparta signed the alliance with Syracuse, they didn't expect Syracuse to declare war on Greece one day. Due to the existence of the alliance, Sparta had no choice but to provide assistance. However, Sparta sincerely hopes for peace between Sicily and Greece. Therefore, this time, I'm here on behalf of Sparta, hoping that you can seriously consider Dionysius's proposal and end this war that has cost countless lives. I'm touched that the Sparta, who live by killing, cares so much about the lives of Greece," said the Devers mockingly. He could hear the hidden threat in the Sparta's words. He said firmly, "A few days ago, Sparta sent an emissary, Chelisops, to Thurii in an attempt to force Dionia to surrender to Syracuse. I've made it clear that Dionia will never negotiate under the threat of the enemy. As long as there's an enemy on our land, we, Dionia, will fight him to the death." At that time, the Battle of Crotone hadn't happened yet. Today, we, Dionia, have gained the upper hand in this war. I can also tell you that we can negotiate, but Syracuse must be punished for their crimes in invading Greece. It's impossible for Dionysius to escape back to Sicily without paying any price." Phoebidas looked into the Devers' bright eyes. He could feel the uncompromising will, but he did not feel much frustration in his heart. This was just a confirmation of his thoughts before he set off. His main purpose of coming to the Dionia camp this time was not to urge the two sides to negotiate. "I think Dionysius is prepared for this." Phoebidas replied faintly, and then changed the topic. "Master Devers, what do you think of the war that's happening in Corinth now?" The Devers was stunned, but he immediately understood the intention of the Sparta. "You mean the war between Sparta and Corinth, Thebes, Argos, Athens?" The Devers sneered disapprovingly. "It's a meaningless war that has nothing to do with Dionia. I don't need to understand it. Dionia and Athens have signed a friendly agreement, and you often trade with Corinth." Phoebidas looked at the Devers and pointed it out bluntly. "A friendly agreement is not a military alliance agreement. As long as any city-state is willing to trade with Dionia, we are willing to sign such an agreement with them. Even Sparta is no exception." The Devers said with a relaxed look, "There is no fertile land in Greece, no rich minerals. What is there for the Dionia to leave their warm homeland and participate in a war that doesn't belong to us? The roots of Dionia are in Greece. There are still many problems in our alliance that require a lot of time and energy to solve. As long as you don't provoke us, we don't have the mood to participate in the messy war of the Greeks." Phoebidas looked at the Devers' face rudely. He felt that the Devers were speaking from the bottom of their hearts, so he said, "So, Dionia is also willing to sign a friendly agreement with Sparta?" "Sparta is now the enemy of Dionia and the ally of Syracuse," the Devers said coldly. Phoebidas did not say anything else. Watching the guards escorting Phoebidas out of the tent, Hippolytus could not help but say, "Your Majesty, does this Sparta want Sparta to form an alliance with us?" The Devers rubbed his chin and said thoughtfully, "The power that Dionia displayed in this war is beyond Sparta's expectation. They are afraid that Dionia will participate in the war in Corinth, which is disadvantageous to Sparta. So, will we do that? Hinepolis asked excitedly. He was obviously happy that the Sparta were troubled. What do you think? The Devers did not comment. The Sabari plain was covered in mist in the early morning, and the drizzle of early spring was falling. The victory of the Battle of Taranto had given the people of Dionia hope of winning the war. The Devers personally led the army into battle had also boosted their confidence, bringing life to the fertile land. The port that had been sealed for a few months was reopened. Foreign merchant ships arrived one after another, and the workers at the port finally had something to do. The first cargo ships that entered the port were mostly loaded with grains and other food. The smart merchants certainly knew what the people of Dionia needed the most at this time. The old fishermen of Turiae, the younger ones were already serving as sailors in the fleet, sailed their boats early to catch fish to satisfy the people's urgent needs, and at the same time earn a huge profit for their own families. Under the urging of the village chief and agricultural officials, the people in the villages began to plant crops that were about to ripen quickly to avoid missing out on this year's harvest. Although the young citizens and freedmen were almost all mobilized due to the war, resulting in a shortage of labor, a large number of captives filled the gap. Whether it was the swamp plains of Cremissa, the Sabari plain of Turiae, or the mountains of Amendola, there were often naked, half-starved captives plowing the land under the threat of the supervisor's whips, shields, and spears. Even in such terrible weather, where the cold rain made the captive shiver and might even make them sick, the people of Dionia did not pity them or let them rest. Since they had invaded Dionia, they had to pay a heavy price. This was the common view of many people in Dionia. The road leading to the Turiae port was filled with pedestrians. Not only were there Turiae and Amendolans, but there were also people from Abyssinia and Castellan. They were driving carts and carrying loads, rushing to the port market to buy food. At this moment, a horse galloped towards them. The rider was dressed in bright red and was particularly eye-catching. Before he could shout, "Make way!" the pedestrians instinctively retreated to the side of the road because they knew that only messengers from the battlefield would be dressed in such attire. They were all carrying urgent military information, and no one could stop them. Otherwise, it would be against the law. The war horse was puffing white smoke as its four hooves kicked up, splashing water on the road and wetting the clothes of the pedestrians. They did not complain. Instead, they could not help but ask, "Did we defeat the Syracuse?" Chapter 5:33. Cheers erupted from the roadside and quickly spread throughout the Zbari plain. The people completely dispelled the last of their worries and began to sing and dance to celebrate the hard-won victory. Some devout believers even canceled their plans to go to the port and turned to the Temple of Hades in the city of Turiae to thank Pluto for his protection. When the news reached the Senate, it was equally joyous. It seems like our previous decision was correct. Ever since Master Devers became king, victories have been coming one after another. Hades has answered our prayers and has really protected the alliance of Dionia. Plesinas exclaimed, pretending to be excited. Yes, it's all thanks to our Senate making such a shocking decision that we have today's victory. Marigi echoed. Most of the senators were no longer as angry as they were when they were forced to elect the Devers as king. Instead, they were glad that they agreed with the two. Kinigarada was no longer as disgusted with the two. He shifted his gaze away from them and said loudly, according to the report brought back by the messengers, His Majesty Devers has led his army to trap the people of Syracuse in Silatina. The final victory is not far from us. However, the biggest problem for the alliance now is food. Master Kunigarada is right. Even though we have enough food to supply our army for 2 months, for the people of Dionia, especially the families of the freedmen and probationary citizens, their food reserves are almost depleted. Now that the port is open, the merchants who come to trade are raising the price of food. This will make the people who have selflessly donated food to the alliance spend even more money to buy food. I'm afraid that before the war ends, the people of Dionia will use up all their savings. This is not good for our post-war recovery. Cornelis said with a worried expression. These merchants are simply too despicable. Strompoli said angrily, the price of their grain has doubled and it's still rising. Marigi, as the commercial officer, you should think of a way to punish these despicable merchants. Marigi smiled bitterly. We've already taken some measures, and we've even negotiated with the merchants who come to Tilly to sell their food. That's why we've done our best to keep the price within 3 times the normal price. However, the Alliance is in dire need of food, and the people are in great demand for it. More and more people are buying food every day, so the price is unavoidable. We can't force the merchants to sell food at a fixed price, can we? Why not? Strompoli said loudly, we have to ensure the interests of the people first. We should immediately pass a plan to let these merchants sell their grain at fair prices. Otherwise, they will not be allowed to sell their goods in the Alliance. You can't do that. Before Marigi could speak, Mirza shouted, this is a foolish act that destroys the Greek tradition of free trade. In the future, who would dare to do business in Turin? If the port continues to decline, will we still be able to collect business taxes? Our Dionia has such a large territory and population. I don't believe that those greedy foreign merchants won't come here to do business. Strompoli sneered. As an Amendolin, he did not have a good impression of merchants. Even if we use force, those merchants can totally stop selling food in Turin and sail to Heraclea or Crotone, Marigi reminded the elders. When the time comes, our people will still rush there to buy grain, and they will also blame us for causing them so much trouble. Instead of that, it's better to keep them in Turin. At least we can take some measures to control the price. After all, the war is not over yet, and the Alliance's food shortage will continue. These merchants are risking their lives to transport food here. If they can't make a huge profit here, I'm afraid that no one will be willing to transport food here anymore. After saying that, the elders, including Strompoli, looked worried. That's right, Dionia has a shortage of food and has to rely on these merchants. I wonder how Ansitanos' trip to Africa is going. Kunigarata thought of Ansitanos, who had an important mission. At this moment, the door of the meeting hall was pushed open, and the guards rushed in and whispered into the ears of the chairman on duty, Kunigarata. Kunigarata immediately looked happy and said to the crowd loudly, everyone rest in peace. Lord Ansitanos is back, and with him are 10 large cargo ships of Carthage, fully loaded with grain. The originally quiet meeting hall burst into cheers again. We have food. The people are saved. Ansitano succeeded. I didn't expect that the enemy of Greece that the Sicilians have criticized, Carthage, has helped us. I told you, Hades will not let those who believe in him suffer. He has fulfilled his promise again. Just as the elders of the Senate rushed to the port of Turiae to welcome the arrival of Carthage's envoy, Helos, Hieronymus, Phedon, and led the Dionia Ligum coalition army of 15,000 soldiers from Trine to Hibernian. When they arrived at the city, they found that the city gate was wide open, and the Hibernians had voluntarily surrendered. Last night, the news of the defeat of Locri's army had frightened the Hibernians, and the fact that the Locri soldiers refused to enter the city to defend and fled straight back to Medma sent the Hibernians into a panic. The Hibernians, who only had about 1,000 militiamen in the city, held an emergency meeting and finally made a painful decision. The next day, when they found out that tens of thousands of Dionia soldiers were coming for Hibernian, they did not hesitate to surrender. Before they split up, the Devers had discussed with Helos how to deal with Locri's allies. So Helos accepted Hibernian's surrender, but demanded that every family in the city surrender their hostages to guarantee their loyalty. Faced with a massive Dionysian army, the Hibernians had no choice but to agree. Under the low city wall, the Hibernians wept and reluctantly bid farewell to their children. The scene was sad and touching. Helos was unmoved. He sent 1,000 troops to escort the few hundred children to Treen. At the same time, he made a new request to the Hibernians: collect as much food as possible in the city and provide it to the Dionia army. Otherwise, the Dionia soldiers would starve and their children would be the first to go without food. Now that they were meat on someone else's chopping block, the Hibernians had no choice but to submit again. Daly's coalition army was stationed outside Hibernian, helping the Hibernians collect food while sending scouts south to scout the enemy's situation. At the same time, the engineering battalion led the soldiers to build siege equipment, fully prepared for the next step of the attack on Medma. At the same time, the Devers, who learned that Kyrenia has returned to the Southern Alliance, wrote another letter and sent it to Kyrenia on horseback. The letter read, "We are very happy that Kyrenia has made the right choice. Lucius, Cypros, and I are all very happy when we hear this news. Now, the Syracuse army is weakening under the brave attacks of the Dionia, Crotone, and Treen soldiers. I believe that the day of its defeat is not far away. Therefore, we hope that Kyrenia, as a member of the Southern Alliance, will mobilize all the citizens in the city who can fight, pick up their shields and spears, and launch an attack on Rockley's territory. Let the culprit who started this cruel war taste the pain of being ravaged by the flames of war. Let it worry about your attack and not dare to send reinforcements to help the people of Syracuse besieged by us in Silatina, so that we can successfully recapture Silatina and annihilate these evil invaders. Dionia, Crotone, Treen, and Lygium look forward to your actions." This letter caused the Kyrenia Council to hold an emergency meeting. It was clear that the Devers' main purpose in writing this letter was not to praise Kyrenia for making the correct choice, but to urge them to take action immediately. They could not just stand by and watch. The last sentence was more like a hidden threat. Kyrenia, who was already on the verge of a war, knew the consequences of rejecting the Devers' request, so the council quickly passed the resolution to attack Rockley. Although Kyrenia had 1,000 citizen soldiers trapped in Silatina, Kyrenia still suffered the least losses in this war among all the cities in the south. In the afternoon, Corunna quickly mobilized 4,000 soldiers. Kyrenia's army had just set off to the south. Rockley, who had sent his main forces outside, had long been worried about Kyrenia, his enemy, for decades. He had been paying close attention to Kyrenia's movements. The scouts quickly sent back news. At this time, Rockley was shocked by the bad news that came one after another. The Syracuse army was defeated, Rockley's main forces were defeated, and Hibernian City was in danger. Now that Kyrenia's army had suddenly moved south, it was definitely not to help Rockley. Any rational citizen of Rockley would come to this conclusion. The sudden change in the situation caused Rockley's chief general, Demodocus, to panic. He actually abandoned his almost autocratic style for the past half a year and held a rare meeting. Chapter 534. For a moment, everyone remained silent and no one responded. Demodocus was secretly shocked. He knew that during this period of time, under Dionysius's instigation, he had relied on Syracuse's powerful army as support to eliminate dissidents and attack political enemies in Rockley City. Many of the laws had not been passed by the council or the citizen assembly before they were directly implemented. He could almost be considered to have sole control over Rockley. But now it seemed that many people held grudges in their hearts and were ready to find an opportunity to embarrass him. Just when he was secretly regretting that he should not have held such a meeting, his confidant Panticipates finally stood up and said, "This is actually very simple. We can transfer the troops stationed in Medma back and defeat the Kyrenians." "You make it sound so easy. What about Medma?" Metallophenes asked. "It is reported that Medma has more than 2,000 citizen soldiers. They can defend against the enemy's attack." "We don't have to worry for now," Panticipates replied, pretending to be relaxed. "Don't have to worry?" Metallophenes sneered. "Medma's messenger once reported that the Dionia army that defeated our army had more than 10,000 soldiers, including Taurina's Lygium. I'm afraid the enemy has more than 20,000 soldiers. More than 2,000 Medma citizen soldiers want to defend against the attack of 20,000 people. The Daionia army is not an ordinary Greek army. They have powerful ballistae. Metallophenes anxiously reminded everyone in a loud voice, once Medma falls, the large army of Daionia and Lygum will be able to attack from the west. Then they will join the Kyrenians' army. Rockley will be in danger. Metallophenes' words made everyone in the council nervous. Someone could not help but shout, "I think we should negotiate peace with Daionia in Rockley." As soon as this was said, many people actually agreed. Idiots! Crotone, Trenna, and Corunna of the Southern Alliance have been our mortal enemies for decades, and they've suffered great losses in this war. Use your pig brains and think about it. What price do we have to pay to appease their anger? Demodocus finally couldn't hold it in any longer and cursed. Crotone, Trenna, and Corunna of the Southern Alliance have been our enemies for decades. Then the smart chief general must have a way to defeat the allied forces of Corunna, Daionia, and Lygum. Someone said in a sarcastic tone. Many people snickered. Demodocus's face was ashen. In the past, no one would dare to speak to him like this. The defeat of Syracuse had changed the minds of the counselors of the Rockley Council. Demodocus felt a chill in his heart. He reminded them loudly, Syracuse suffered an even worse defeat in the war against Carthage, but the final victory still belonged to Syracuse. Now, Syracuse owns half of Sicily. Even if it lost the war, it still has abundant resources, wealth, and a sufficient population. This is far beyond the city-states like Daionia, Crotone, and Trine. The final winner will definitely be Syracuse, and we are here negotiating peace with the enemy alone. Think about it. Will Dionysius forgive the traitors after the victory? Demodocus glared at the crowd. It was precisely because of the close relationship between Lochley and Syracuse that Lochley knew how terrifying Dionysius was. Even if the victory of Syracuse that Demodocus mentioned was only a hypothesis, they did not dare to take the risk because of it. Hence, they all avoided Demodocus's gaze. Demodocus was temporarily relieved by the crowd's reaction. He looked at Metallophoenix a few more times and said firmly, "What we have to do now is to defend. Defend Lochley City until the final victory arrives. By then the land of Corunna and even Silton will belong to Lochley." In the end, the Lochley Council made the decision to withdraw Medma's army and defend the territory. It achieved Demodocus's goal of convening a council to share the responsibility. He avoided the possibility of being blamed for abandoning the alliance because he made a decision alone. However, the uncertain future of the war made Demodocus feel uneasy. As a relative of Dionysius, he had to make more preparations. Just as Helos led the army to Hyhernion, the First Legion had already set foot on Therion's fleet and sailed south. In the afternoon, the warship entered the port of Lygum and was once again warmly welcomed by the people of Lygum. At the same time, the commander of the First Legion, Antonios, met the ruler of Lygum and the father-in-law of Devers, Antilochus. He brought the good news that the main force of Lochley and Hyhernion was ambushed by the allied forces of Lygum and Daionia and suffered heavy losses. This made Antilochus and the council members present very excited. Many people praised, "Good job, Phaedon." However, they completely forgot that last night, when they found out that Phaedon had taken most of Taurina's troops and sailed north. They panicked and angrily complained. Phaedon mobilized his troops without authorization, causing Lygum to be in danger. He must be brought back to Lygum to receive a harsh trial. Following that, Antonios presented the letter that Devers wrote to Antilochus. After he finished reading it, his face lit up with joy, and he actually read it in front of everyone in the council. The beginning of the letter was the Devers' respectful greetings to his father-in-law and talked about Agnes's pregnancy. Hearing this, the council members began to congratulate Antilochus and compliment him. "You've found a good son-in-law!" In fact, as the war continued, the two great powers of Greece, Crotone and Lochley, were greatly weakened. Even Syracuse's invasion army, and navy suffered heavy losses. The people of Lygum suddenly realized that if there were no major accidents, Dionia's power would definitely expand even more after the war. They heard that Devers had now become the king of Dionia, so Antilochus's status as a father-in-law was even more precious. Because of this, how could the people of Lygum let go of the opportunity to flatter him? Antilochus was grinning from ear to ear. He was glad that he had made the right decision to marry his daughter to the lowly nouveau riche Devers. In the letter, the Devers mentioned that although Dionia had defeated Syracuse, the war was far from over. Syracuse had the rich resources of Sicily and could send reinforcements at any time. Therefore, in order to end the war as soon as possible, they had to draw the flames of war to Sicily, disrupt the order there, destroy Syracuse's territory, and capture Syracuse's allies. Only then could they weaken Syracuse's power and force it to surrender. For this, Dionia hoped to receive the full support of Lygum, their ally. When the counselors who were rushing to congratulate the chief general heard this, they were speechless. They admitted that what the Devers said made sense. Attacking Sicily was the best way to defeat Syracuse. However, they needed Lygum's full support. Their haggling merchant habits forced them to consider it carefully. Full support meant providing fleets, troops, supplies, and food supplies. For Lygum, who was also supporting his troops in the war against Rockley, this would be another huge investment. Moreover, who knew when the upcoming war in Sicily would end? Antilochus looked at the contrasting expressions of the people and laughed in his heart. He continued to read aloud. After the war with Syracuse, Dionia will seize Messina and jointly manage it with Lygum. Dionia does not have the experience to manage an important checkpoint city in the Straits. They still need to rely on Lygum's help. Did I hear it wrong? Dionia wants to jointly own Messina with us. Did you not hear it? The main thing is that we will manage Messina. We can finally get it and completely monopolize the Straits. The counselors discussed excitedly. Everyone regarding the alliance Dionia needs our help. When Antilochus mentioned this again, the people did not hesitate anymore and expressed their support. As long as Sir Devers fulfills the promise in his letter after the war, Lygum should fully support Dionia's attack on Sicily. To get Messina, Syracuse must be defeated. Therefore, we will support Dionia. Now that the port is open and the sea route is open, as long as Dionia does not send too many soldiers to Sicily, I think we should be able to supply rations for 2 to 3 months. Antilochus could not help but sigh when he saw this scene. At first, he was persuaded by his son to give up the idea of monopolizing Messina and wrote to persuade the Devers to take Messina from Syracuse. He did not expect the Devers to have a bigger appetite and use Messina to exchange for Lygum's support for Dionia in Sicily. The next day, Dionysius of Cirium was angry at the unreasonable request made by the Devers. While urging the craftsmen to speed up the forging of ironware, he secretly sent people to quietly dig up the bodies of the Namibians who had died due to serious injuries and died in the past 2 days. He put down the severed heads and let the messengers bring them to the Dionia camp to placate the Devers perfunctorily. Then he continued to negotiate with the Devers about the peace talks. In High Hernion, the Dionia-Lygum coalition army assembled and set off to march towards Medmar. The Medmarans, on the other hand, were angry and uneasy because of the withdrawal of Locri's army. However, Locri's reminder and warning made them have illusions about Syracuse, so they decided to hold their ground and wait for reinforcements. After failing to persuade them to surrender, Helos discussed with Phedon, Hieronymus, and Leds and decided to attack the city of Medmar. Chapter 535. Phedon rushed to Taurina, preparing to bring the remaining Lygum troops stationed there to Medmar to participate in the siege. To prevent the Lochley army from launching another sneak attack from the rear while the allied army was attacking, Helos even sent out a brigade to build a simple wooden fort to block the mountain path to Lochley. He also sent out a scouting team to monitor the movements of the Lochley people. Xylos, who had a certain amount of experience in sieging a city, calmly led his army to carry out his siege plan. Meanwhile, The Duke's militia, who had returned to Locke, did not immediately head to the northern border to repel the invading Colenians. Due to the capture of Diapantos, the Lochley army needed a new general. However, Demodocus appointed one of his confidants, but the people in the council objected. The reason was that Lochley was in danger and urgently needed someone with military talent to lead the citizen soldiers to protect Lochley. However, Demodocus' candidate lacked battle experience and had no prestige in the army. It would be difficult for him to command the soldiers. If they lost the battle, Lochley would lose its only army, so they had to be careful. This was the second time in 2 days that the council objected to Demodocus' suggestion. This had never happened before. Demodocus suppressed his anger and watched as the council unanimously elected Megaris. Megaris had led the army to fight against Crotone many times since more than 10 years ago and had many victories. However, he had been pressured by Demodocus and had no choice but to stand aside. At this time, facing the strong requests of the people, Demodocus had no choice but to agree to this appointment. Letting his political enemy become the general of the army made him feel cold. Megaris immediately reorganized the army and led more than 6,000 people to face the enemy. After the Carinian army burned down a village, they did not face the enemy head-on. Instead, they quickly retreated to the border of their territory. However, they did not go far away. Instead, they set up camp and continued to intimidate Lochley. The cautious Megaris was worried that the Carinians had some kind of conspiracy. Fearing an ambush, he did not attack and also guarded the border. The two sides were in a stalemate. In the morning, the people of Hegemon swarmed to the port. They were not only there to bid farewell to the Dionysian fleet and the First Legion, but also to bid farewell to the nearly 1,000 soldiers and their families who had just joined the expedition to Sicily. Most of them were refugees from Catanae, Naxos, and other Sicilian city-states that had been conquered by Syracuse. Previously, in order to compete with the two new city-states, Rona and Tyndaris, built by Syracuse on the other side of the strait, Hegemon built a city for them on the Mill Peninsula. However, the Syracuse army moved quickly and broke through the new city. Some of the people were killed, some escaped into the mountains, and some were rescued by the Hegemon people and brought back to the city on ships. Now the people of Hegemon were praying that the expedition to Sicily would go well and not repeat the same mistake. The Dionysian fleet and dozens of Hegemon ships sailed out of the port together. At the front of the fleet was Sicilian's ship. The young Dionian navy commander stood on the side of the ship and looked at the other side. There was a hint of regret in his eyes. He pointed to the front and said to Antonios, the commander of the First Legion, who was on his warship, "Messina is not far ahead. Why don't we attack it first? This place is very close to Hegemon. It's easy to get support from Hegemon. After we capture Messina, we can seal the strait and completely eliminate the warships in the port." Antonios looked at Sicilian from the corner of his eyes. He knew that this young man was radical and arrogant. If Amyntas was here, he would definitely criticize him. What right does the navy have to criticize the legion? However, Antonios would not do that. In fact, when the Devers asked for his opinion, his initial consideration was to land on the Mill Peninsula between Tyndaris and Messina. These two city-states were newly built and not very strong. They were also far away from Syracuse and could be easily captured. They could then use them as their forward bases in Sicily. The original city of Messina was captured and destroyed when Carthage led his army to attack Syracuse. 2 years ago, when Dionysius led his army north to expel Carthage's people from the north coast, he rebuilt the city. I thought so too, but His Majesty objected. Antonios said in a tactful tone, "Oh, why?" When Sicilian heard the word His Majesty, the dissatisfaction on his face disappeared. Antonios said. A word came out of Antonius' mouth. "It will take a few days to attack Messina, and in these few days the people of Syracuse will receive the news that we are attacking Sicily. They will definitely prepare for defense, and when we attack south, the difficulties we will face will increase. Genna is too far away from Syracuse, and its fall will not have much impact on Syracuse's sphere of influence. We must take advantage of Syracuse's unpreparedness to launch a surprise attack on the nearby city-states, causing panic and chaos in the areas under its control. And in the chaos, more opportunities will be born. These are His Majesty's original words. Sicilian listened carefully and sighed. His Majesty is still the most comprehensive one, but if we do this, the risk will increase. Antonio smiled. Are you afraid of these difficulties? Sicilian said arrogantly. I am hoping that the fleet in Syracuse's port can be lured out so that my fleet can defeat them and let the Ionian navy become the master of these waters. Both of them smiled confidently. The fleet sailed south along the east coast of Sicily. Along the way, they encountered many merchant ships. When they saw the large mixed fleet, especially when they saw the logo of Gem, Black Hair, Double Fork painted on the sails, they were shocked. They had a premonition that something big was going to happen. Some of them hurriedly retreated, while others turned around and sped up to the south. It was obvious that they were going to report back. Sicilian sat on the flagship and remained unmoved. His fleet was sailing at its fastest speed. They were not far from their destination. Antonio's had been looking at the coast from the side of the ship. He had never been to Sicily before. The feeling of seeing it on the map and being there was completely different. Devers once told him that from Messina south to Taormignan, the only way to travel by land is through a narrow path near the coast, and this path is 30 to 40 miles long. Now, it seemed to be true because they had been sailing for almost 3 hours straight since they left Ligeum harbor. In his eyes, the mountains on the other side of the shore had never broken. They overlapped and stretched endlessly. The contours of the mountains were soothing, verdant, and pleasing to the eye, just like a painting. However, Antonio's knew that this was because it was 5 to 6 miles away from him. According to his experience, these mountains were no less than 1,000 meters high. It was indeed difficult to climb. Lord Antonio's, that is Taormignan, said a middle-aged man next to him, pointing to the other side. His name was Laodigian, and he was originally a noble of Naxos. After the fall of Naxos, he led his family and fled to the interior of Sicily. Near Aegilion, he gathered with the exiles of other cities and gradually formed a larger village. Due to the constant invasion of the Syracuse alliance and the hatred of the Sycure people, their lives were very difficult. Later, when he heard that Ligeum was going to build a new city for the exiles, he was happy to go. However, Syracuse's swift response destroyed the newly built new city. Some of his relatives died in the war, and he fled to Ligeum. Although he had experienced many twists and turns, his desire to rebuild his home did not change. Instead, it became even stronger. Therefore, when he heard that Ionia was going to attack Sicily, he took the initiative to find Antonio's with his remaining relatives and asked to join them. At this moment, Antonio's heard that and focused his gaze. He saw a city standing on the high ground near the coast. The strangest thing was that it was a double city. 2 stone fortresses were located on the high ground, forming a corner of each other. It was easy to defend and difficult to attack, and it blocked the long and narrow coastal passage. I heard that this is a city built by the Carthage people for the Sycure people. Antonio's asked uncertainly as he recalled the brief information he had about the city. Yes, General Carthage Hamilco built Taormignan for the Sycure people to join Carthage's side when he attacked Syracuse. Laodigian said with a hint of schadenfreude. Later on, when the tyrant of Syracuse attacked Taormignan, he could not use siege weapons due to the steep terrain. In the end, the Sycure people surrendered voluntarily, and that was how they got the city. Now, the owner of the city is the despicable Campanian mercenaries. Antonio's listened to his explanation and stared at Taormignan in a daze. If he had chosen to attack Messina first, even if he succeeded, he would not have been able to attack Taormignan by land and enter the central area controlled by Syracuse. He would have had to go by sea, and the Psyker people were a force that the Devers king suggested he contact. When attacking Sicily, you have to remember 30% military, 70% diplomatic. Antonios recalled the Devers' solemn reminder before he left. The fleet continued to move forward, and Antonios' field of vision suddenly widened. The mountains that made him drowsy had disappeared, and in their place were undulating hills. The further south they went, the flatter the terrain became. Chapter 536. A few years ago, there was smoke coming out of the top of Mount Etna. Laodigian was about to tell Antonios about the eruption of Mount Etna when he saw that Antonios was lost in thought. "Naxos, tell me where the beach is," Thurkian shouted. Okay. Laodigian quickly ran to the bow of the ship. Antonios braced himself. This was his first time leading an army into battle alone, and it was also his first time fighting on the sea. Whether or not they could defeat Syracuse depended on the performance of his army. He knew the heavy burden on his shoulders. He was both nervous and excited. "Brothers, put on your armor and pick up your spears and shields. We're about to land. Don't stop after we get ashore. Charge towards Naxos immediately. Take it. Our loved ones are waiting for the news of our victory. It's time to win glory for the First Legion and yourselves." Antonios loudly encouraged the soldiers who were resting on the deck. "Don't worry, Commander. Our brothers have been tired of staying on the ship for the past 2 days. We've been wanting to fight for a long time. How can a town with wooden walls stop our attack?" Melissander replied loudly. Melissander's unit was assigned to the flagship. This was not a coincidence. It was Antonios's special arrangement. As Felicius's close comrade, he did not mind taking care of Felicius's adopted son under normal circumstances. "Kid, you better be careful. Don't fall into the sea when you get ashore." Antonio smiled and patted his shoulder a few times. The soldiers immediately whistled and booed at their young division leader. Melissander had fallen into the sea twice during the Battle of Crotone. This had become a topic of conversation between the soldiers before and after meals. Of course, this did not affect the respect his subordinates had for this commander. Melissander had always been brave in battle. He had always taken the lead and shared weal and woe with the soldiers. At this moment, Melissander glared at them. "If anyone dares to make noise again, I won't let him play the next time we play football." Melissander's threat made the soldiers booed even louder. Antonios shook his head helplessly at the soldiers fooling around. He once again turned his attention to the land. At this moment, the sound of a bugle reverberated through the fleet. Seclian's flagship took the lead and turned left, approaching the bay. In front of them was a curved bay. On the white sandy beach and azure seawater, a dozen fishing boats were fishing with nets on the calm sea. Just like that, the fleet barged in aggressively and broke the tranquility of this place. When the fishermen saw the gigantic object rapidly approaching them, the three-decker warship, they panicked and tried to steer their boats to avoid it, but it was too late. The bronze ram at the bow of the warship easily cut the fishing boat in half like a knife cutting through cheese. It was not until they were close to the beach that the sailors stopped rowing, and the warship rushed onto the beach due to inertia. The soldiers immediately stepped on the treads and quickly went down to the beach. Some of the more impatient soldiers jumped onto the bow of the ship, threw their shields, spears, and helmets onto the beach, and directly jumped from the deck to the beach. Soon the empty beach was filled with fully armed Dionia soldiers. "The enemy is here!" The enemy was here. The fishermen who were drying their nets and processing their catch on the beach fled into the city in horror. Before they boarded the warship at Ligum, Antonios had already summoned all the officers of the First Legion for a battle meeting. Therefore, after the soldiers of the First Fleet disembarked, they did not form a unified formation at all. Under the leadership of the division leaders and the guidance of the guides on the warships, they quickly marched towards Naxos. The current Naxos was not actually a city, but a large village. It all started when Dionysius became the overlord of Syracuse 6 or 7 years ago, in order to accumulate power and counterattack the people of Carthage. He began to conquer the southeast and central part of Sicily. Among them, the only plain in Sicily, the Catania Plain, became the focus of his attack. Therefore, he imposed the most severe punishment on the two city-states that resisted Syracuse most resolutely in this area, Catania and Naxos. The entire city of Naxos was destroyed, its walls torn down, and all the captured people of Naxos were enslaved. To the south of Naxos, a small city only 25 miles away from Naxos, Sicily was rewarded for surrendering to Syracuse early on. Dionysius handed over the land of Naxos to Sicily to govern. The people of Sicily were naturally overjoyed to get the land of Naxos, which was larger and more fertile than their own. However, the tragic fate of the people of Naxos also frightened the people of Sicily. They guessed why Dionysius destroyed the city and tore down its walls, but did not dare to ask the overlord directly. So, instead of restoring the old city of Naxos, they moved south to a place 2 miles away from the ruins and built a town on the north bank of the Alcantara River. To avoid upsetting Dionysius, they did not build a stone wall, but a simple wall made of wooden palisades, and named the new town Megalo, meaning big. The beach where the First Legion landed was once part of the port of Naxos, but it had now disappeared. The soldiers went up the coast, and after a few steps to the south, they saw a large area near the sea, overgrown with weeds and piles of rocks. Laodigian stared blankly, tears streaming down his face. That was his former home, the city of Naxos. Laodigian, don't stop. Hurry up and run. We still need you to show us the way. Melisande urged from the front. Laodigian hurried to keep up. Although he was already middle-aged, he still persisted in training and practicing combat, hoping that one day he could kill his way back to his homeland. So he thought that his physical strength was good. However, after running with the Dionia soldiers for a while, he began to be unable to keep up with the speed of Dionia's advance. One had to know that these soldiers were fully armed, and their physical strength and speed were terrifying. No wonder the people of Syracuse could not defeat them. Laodigian, who was in awe, did not know that in the military training of the Legion of Dionysia, once every 5 days, there was an armed, rapid march. This was different from the armed, long-distance race in the Olympia, where the contestants only wore helmets and held a round shield, while the Dionia's armed, rapid march was fully armed. Therefore, if the people of Dionia were able to participate in the Olympia, they would definitely be able to compete with the people of Sparta in the armed long-distance race, who were always the champions. That is Megaro. Laodigian pointed at the vague outline of a town in the distance, panting. All right, you follow behind. Melisande did not have time to wait for him, and commanded the soldiers to rush in that direction. Although Antonius did not explicitly say it, the divisions naturally began to compete according to the legion's tradition. Who would reach the enemy town first? Who would reach the enemy town first? Therefore, the First Legion did not look like they were marching rapidly, but more like they were participating in a competition. They spread out in a wide front and sprinted toward the South Pole at high speed. Some were ahead, some were behind. The team in the lead was a team of more than 100 people. They were able to maintain a relatively complete formation while sprinting at high speed. Damn it, which team is that? Melisande cursed as he looked at the team in front of him. Captain, I think it's the 1st Company of the 4th Brigade, a soldier replied. It's the company of Madman. Melisande curled his lips. Madman was the nickname of Leotychides because he was famous for the high intensity and high expectations of the soldiers under his command. Of course, the companies he led often won competitions in the military. Brothers, hurry up, we can't fall behind. Melisande shouted, unwilling to be outdone. Wherever the First Legion passed, the people of Megalo fled in panic. However, the soldiers did not stab them with their spears. Instead, they drove them to Megalo. Although the town of Megalo only had a wooden wall, because it was near the Alcantara River, a moat was dug outside the town. Only the east and north gates were connected to the outside by a suspension bridge. The Siculans in Megalo had just received an urgent report from a merchant ship. A fleet of more than 100 warships was coming from the north. Judging from the pattern on the sails, they seemed to belong to the Daionia alliance. The Siculans were shocked. They had just received the news that the Daionia had defeated Syracuse in battle. In the blink of an eye, the Daionia fleet appeared on the east coast of Sicily. They did not think that the Dionysian fleet that had recently defeated Syracuse's navy came with good intentions. However, before they had time to discuss countermeasures, someone had already fled from the coast and shouted in panic, "The enemy is coming! The enemy is coming!" The Siculans were frightened by the speed of the Dionia's attack and hurriedly gathered some citizens to rush to defend against the enemy. At this time, more and more people were fleeing into the town, causing the suspension bridge and the north gate to be congested. Philofinus claimed to be a free citizen. A few months ago, he was hired by a Siculan citizen to help his employer plow the fields. It was now noon. He should have appeared in the riverside fields outside the town, but he was now in the town and stopped a citizen who was fleeing into the town. "Uncle, what happened?" "There's an enemy coming from the sea. Hurry up and take your weapons, go." The man was still in shock. Philofinus interrupted him. "Enemy? What kind of enemy?" There was fear in the eyes of the citizen. "Black. It's all black, like a devil from hell." Chapter 537. Black soldiers. That means the Legion of Dionysia is here. I wonder which legion it is. Xenophanes thought in his heart, his eyes flashing with excitement. He turned and ran towards the south of the town, where the free people and the government officials gathered. The fleeing people of Megalo rushed into the town in horror, causing the already narrow passage into the town to be blocked. The drawbridge could not be pulled up and the town gate could not be closed. While the Sicily people were anxiously driving the people into the town, the company led by Leotychides had already arrived outside the town. Seeing the situation, without waiting for the team to regroup, he immediately ordered, "Attack!" The soldiers rushed to the north gate and stabbed the people blocking outside the town with their spears. Screams rang out continuously, scaring the people who wanted to enter the town even more. Some simply jumped into the moat, while others desperately squeezed into the town. The government militia at the town gate could not stop them at all. When Melissenda's team arrived, they saw that the pursuit of Leotychides' company on the north gate of Megalo had made the town gate extremely bloody and chaotic. Melissenda had an idea. If his team went up, they could only follow behind the madman company. Maybe they would rush into the town without even touching the enemy. Melissenda was unwilling. At this time, he saw some Megalo people fleeing around the moat to the other side. He immediately shouted, "Follow me to attack the other town gate." The soldiers chased the fleeing people to the east gate of Megalo, only to find that the drawbridge had been pulled up. Melissenda's heart sank. "Captain, what should we do?" the soldiers asked anxiously. Melissenda was also very anxious. He looked back and saw that there were other teams running this way, but he did not find the engineering battalion carrying ladders and wooden planks. Obviously, they must have fallen behind. Did they have to wait here? Melissenda looked at the wooden wall in front of them. There were only 20 to 30 enemies scattered on the wooden wall, and only a few of them were shooting arrows at them. The arrows posed no threat to the armored Melisenda and Melisenda. However, he couldn't predict whether or not they would be pelted with javelins once they got close to the wooden wall. Turtle shell formation. He made a prompt decision. Get close to the moat and swim over. He saw that there were not many enemies on the wooden wall, and it was only about 3 meters tall. He could definitely climb up by building a human wall. The 50 soldiers received the order and immediately surrounded Melisende in the middle, forming a tight little square formation. Their heads were covered with long shields, like a huge box covered with iron sheets, and they slowly advanced towards the moat without asking permission. The other squads did the same. Some squads that were further away from the town gates didn't even form the tortoiseshell formation and quickly ran towards the moat. The Sicily people who couldn't enter the town fled in panic, and the soldiers didn't care at all. At this moment, the sounds of fighting and miserable screams came from behind the city gate, mixed with terrified shouts. The freemen and slaves are rebelling! Soon, the Sicily on the wooden wall no longer stared at the Dionia soldiers in front of the moat. Instead, they turned around to fend off the thugs who were rushing up the wooden ladders. Arrows constantly hit the wooden wall, causing the Sicily people who lacked protection to fall. Melisande, who was below the city, didn't know what was happening in the town, but how could he not take advantage of such a good opportunity? He immediately ordered the soldiers to disperse the tortoise-shell formation and quickly rush to the moat. They threw away their long shields and spears, only carrying short swords, and jumped into the moat. Although the body armor made the body heavy, there was occasionally special training in this area and usual military training. The moat was 3 or 4 meters wide. With a kick and 2 strokes of the arm, they reached the other side. Melisande and the soldiers climbed ashore with difficulty and were about to lean against the wooden wall when the drawbridge was lowered and the wooden gate was opened. Someone shouted from the top of the city wall, "I am Xenophanes, a probationary citizen of Dionia. The Sicily people have been driven away by us. Soldiers of the Legion, hurry up and enter the city." When Melisande heard this, he was stunned. He heard the laughter of the other squads. "Captain Melisande has jumped into the water again." The subordinate beside him also complained to the captain, "Have you been cursed by the goddess of bad luck? Even we are unlucky with you." Melisande watched the other squads cross the drawbridge easily and enter the town of Magero. He was annoyed. "All of you, swim back into the water with me." We're going into the water again." "The long shields and spears are on the other side. Aren't you going to take them back?" In the afternoon, the First Legion of Dionia completely occupied the town of Magero at the cost of minor casualties. The town of Magero was said to be a town, but its area was larger than the city of Sicily. It lived up to its name. However, there were no powerful institutions such as the council, senate, or city hall in the town. It only had a consul's mansion. The usual administrative management and the formulation of laws were decided here. Sicily was originally a democratic city-state. After it surrendered to Syracuse, Dionysius supported a Sicily noble, Hebogris, who was the first to surrender to him, as the general of Sicily. The people of Sicily were intimidated by Dionysius and had no choice but to submit. In this way, Sicily also became a usurper city-state. Hebogris appointed his confidant as the consul of Magero to govern Magero directly on his behalf. Thus, the former territory of Naxos was secretly controlled under the rule of the usurper of Sicily. However, it was no longer Hebogris' subordinate who was sitting on the first seat of the administration hall of the consul's mansion in Magero, but the First Legion of Dionia Antonios. "Legion commander, we've captured all the Sicily people in the town. There are a total of 3,653 people. More than half of them are elderly women and children. What do you think we should do?" Georges, the captain of the 1st Battalion, said, "In this attack, the 4th Battalion was supposed to be the first to break the town. This was because Leotychides' company belonged to the 4th Battalion. They rushed to the front and were about to break through the north gate. However, a riot broke out in the town. Instead, it allowed the 1st Battalion, led by Melisande, to enter the town from the east gate first. They took the first credit and gave Georges the right to deal with the captives in the town. Lord Antonios, don't be too kind to the Sicily people. They used to be allies of Naxos. But not only did they not fight alongside us, they betrayed the alliance and sided with Syracuse. They even helped the evil Dionysius to break through our city and occupy our land. Every year they send troops to the mountains west of Etna to search for our people who escaped regardless of whether they're men or women. Now, the goddess of vengeance has finally answered the prayers of the people of Naxos. She has sent the warriors of Dionia to unleash her wrath on the Sicily people. She must turn them into slaves and torture them to death, shouted Talalas, who was standing next to Laodigian. He was one of the organizers of the riot in Naxos and Dionia's attack. Georges frowned and looked at Antonios. He opened his mouth to speak, but Antonios gave him a look of sympathy and said, "Naxos is an ally of Dionia. Your suffering is the same as the suffering of the people of Dionia." Trotyres. "Yes, sir." Trotyres, the 3rd Battalion leader, replied loudly, "Now, bring the Sicurians to the square. Let the people of Naxos identify the crimes they have committed and punish them according to their demands." Antonio's method was obviously based on what the Devers did to the Crotone captives in Turiae. "Yes, sir." Trotyres turned and left. "Lord Antonios, I'll go and gather the people to the square," said Talalas happily. Antonios nodded. Georges still wanted to say something, but Xanthoparis, the 2nd Battalion leader, patted his leg and signaled him to calm down. Antonios looked over and said solemnly, "The adequacy of food is an important foundation for our legion and the people of Naxos to stand firm here. So, Georges, I'm sending you to check the food reserves of this town and collect all the food from the Sicily people. We'll distribute them together, understand?" "Yes, sir." Georges understood that Antonios was a little dissatisfied with his performance, so he transferred him from the mission of guarding the captives and assigned him a new one. He, who had always followed military law, obeyed. Antonios watched Georges leave and breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. If it was Amyntas who saw his subordinates repeatedly resisting his orders, he would have scolded them, but not Antonios. Moreover, Georges was a member of Helo's team. Although he was not as close to the Devers as Helo's, Martones, Olivers, and Marcius, his relationship with Georges was not bad. There was no need to scold Georges over such a small matter and affect his impression of the Devers. Although Georges was not a talkative person, there was a dangerous person here. Antonio's eyes quickly swept over to Xenophanes, who was standing quietly in an inconspicuous corner, then quickly returned to his senses and continued to ask, "General Salatus has already taken his troops to take over the port, right?" "Yes, sir." Laodigian of Naxos replied. General Salatus also brought more than 300 strong slaves with him to facilitate the unloading of food and supplies after Jim's ship docks at the port. Chapter 538. Commander, Liger is not far from here. If the wind is right, the fleet can reach here in 2 hours, Xanthoparis comforted him. Moreover, Sir Sicorian has left a few fast ships behind. If there are any abnormalities, they will immediately rush back to Liger to inform him. Antonio still had some concerns after hearing this. After all, the First Legion was alone in the enemy's territory. Ensuring the smooth passage of the sea was their only hope. "I hope so." He did not want to comment too much on Sicorian's decision. He even thought that if Divers was leading the army here, Sicorian would definitely not have done this. He would definitely have created the conditions to allow the fleet to stop here in the end. "Sir, I hope to go to the western mountains of Etna and tell the Naxos people who are in exile there that we have reclaimed the land of Naxos. I believe they will be very happy when they hear this and will immediately come to protect this town." Laodigian begged Antonios. Antonios, however, shook his head and said, "Laodigian, you can ask others to recall the exiles of Naxos, but you cannot do it." Laodigian was surprised. He did not understand why Antonios would reject his reasonable request. Just as he was about to argue, Antonios said, "I need you to call the Naxos man who just left call." "Talalas, Legion Commander," Chirophinus reminded him. "I need you and Talalas to take charge of the town's administrative affairs," Antonius said. "You and Talalas need to manage the people of Naxos in the town. Assign them houses, maintain order, make bread, and transport supplies to the port. The fields outside the town can't be left to waste. Also, organize the young men of Naxos, and have them trained by the officers of the First Legion. After all, we don't have many people, and we need more to protect Naxos. Although Antonios had served as an inspector and other public officials in the alliance, he had never been the chief executive of a city, which was the highest official position in charge of the entire city-state. Therefore, he lacked specific administrative experience. What he said was only what he thought and said, without any sense of importance. However, Laodigian was a noble of Naxos. In his more than 20 years of political career, he had served as a general and once as a chief general. He knew very well what he should do and what he could do in such a situation, so he was very happy to get this appointment. Moreover, Laodigian had stayed in Lygum for a long time, so he could feel the importance of Daionia in Great Greece. He was keenly aware that if Daionia really defeated Syracuse, not only Great Greece, but even the eastern part of Sicily would be under the influence of Daionia. Then, what would happen to Naxos? At this moment, Laodigian thought about many things. He looked up at the general in front of him who was said to be the strongest army in Daionia. Although he was in his 40s, he still looked smart and capable. The fact that he was sent to Sicily to fight independently meant that he was probably trusted by the new king of Daionia. During the voyage, Laodigian even heard that he was not married despite his age. Laodigian's thoughts ran wild. He had a beautiful daughter, and he was going to marry her to the son of Lygum's chief general, Antilochus, but Antilochus did not agree. Now, it seemed that although Antonios was a little older, he was a better candidate for marriage. Thinking of this, he quickly said, "Thank you, Lord Antonios, for your trust. Talalos and I will do our best to manage this town well, and provide the greatest help to your army. In addition, if there are any important or difficult problems, we will ask you for instructions." Laodigian's humble attitude satisfied Antonios. He said, "Now there is one thing that needs to be solved as soon as possible. Go tell Serratus and ask him to inform Lygum to send some weapons and armor over as soon as possible. When more people from Naxos arrive, we will need more weapons to build more troops to defeat the people of Syracuse. Also, you need to build a blacksmith shop in the town as soon as possible so that we can repair weapons. Such a big town, but there is no blacksmith shop. The Sicurians are ridiculous. Do they think that if they don't buy and sell weapons in the town, there won't be any free people and slaves rebelling?" Laodigian said angrily, "The Sicurians have a small population and want to annex the land of Naxos. For this, they captured the Naxosians and reduced them to slaves. They also recruited many free people to work this land that doesn't belong to them. In fact, they should know very well that the people of Naxos have hated them for a long time." Antonios nodded. At this time, a man next to Xenophanes said loudly, "Not only are there exiles from Naxos in the western mountains of Etna, but there are also exiles from Catarni. There are even more of them. I hope to lead them here. Please allow me, Lord Antonius." "You are." Antonios looked at him and asked doubtfully, "He is one of the organizers who helped the First Legion take down Megero and cause the riots in the town." "He is Lexi Paretus of Catanai," Xenophanes said. "Catanai." Antonio's heart skipped a beat and immediately said to him, "Of course we welcome the arrival of the Catanai." The king of Daionia sent the army to Sicily not only to defeat Syracuse, but also to let the Sicilian city-states that had been oppressed by Syracuse regain their independence and let the people who had lost their homes restore their homes. "Thank you, the Great Daionia Alliance. I will do my best to gather the Catanai to contribute to this great goal of the Daionia Alliance." Lexi Paretus said loudly with a grateful look on his face. Laodigian also voiced his agreement. "There is Tauromignon in the north. Pay attention to your safety when you go to the mountains west of Etna." Antonios reminded him, then looked at the 4th platoon leader and said, "To Getalos, take out 200 soldiers and build a sentry post 4 miles north of Megero. Keep an eye on Tauromignon and prevent them from sneaking down the mountain to attack the Sicilian people who came to join us. If Tauromignon dares to send an army out, have the soldiers stationed at the sentry post report immediately." "Yes, Commander." The strong Tjegelos replied with a strong voice like thunder. "The other platoons will now lead the soldiers to strengthen the walls of Majero and build defensive measures." "Yes, Commander." After the tasks were assigned, the officers and the representatives of the exiles left one after another, leaving only Xenophanes behind. Antonios looked at this person with a slightly complicated feeling. After the Devers gave him the order, they saw that he was worried about leaving Greece and fighting across the sea in an unfamiliar territory, afraid that he would not be able to complete the task. So they reminded him, "After you land, the people of Aristyres will find you and provide you with great help." Aristyres was the intelligence officer of the Devers. In the past, Antonios had seen him a few times when he went to the Devers' mansion. He was a man with a serious expression and did not like to talk much. For some reason, Antonios did not want to have much contact with him. But from what he learned today, it seemed that the riot that caused the town of Majero had already been planned a few months ago, which meant that a few months ago the Devers had already begun to send people to Sicily. Could it be that before the war began, His Majesty had already prepared for today's attack on Sicily? Although Antonios was surprised, he quickly regained his composure. After all, he had followed the Devers for the past few years and had seen too many magical things from them. In his heart, he had long accepted the fact that the Devers were the favored ones of Hades. Moreover, with the people of Aristyres in Sicily making arrangements, it was very helpful for him to complete the task. Therefore, he put on an enthusiastic face and said, "When I received the order in Syrium, His Majesty mentioned you to me. I did not expect to receive such great help as soon as I set foot on the land of Sicily, allowing the First Legion to successfully capture Majero. Thank you very much." Xenophanes hurriedly said humbly, "Commander Antonios, you flatter me too much. Even without my help, the First Legion's attack speed was so fast that they could still successfully capture Majero." Indeed, Antonios was not modest. Then he changed the topic. "But the casualties of the soldiers will increase. There are few people in the First Legion, and every soldier is very important. Moreover, because of the work you have done before organizing the freedmen and slaves, they have long accepted the Dionia alliance. That is why we can stabilize the town of Majero so quickly and quickly carry out the next step of the plan. This is all thanks to you." Xenophanes did not say anything, but his face was shining. Antonios then said, "Can you tell me how many people you have sent to Sicily? Which city-states are they in?" Xenophanes shook his head and said, "I don't know how many people Aristyres has sent to Sicily. I only know that our person in charge in Sicily is Antiporus. He will send people to me from time to convey orders and understand the situation of Majero." Antiporus. Antonios felt that the name was somewhat familiar, as if he had heard it before. Chapter 539. Aristyres had actually sent his own brother to Sicily. It was clear that he had indeed put in a lot of effort into this place. Antonius's spirit was roused, and he immediately asked, "Where is he now?" "Cadonai or Syracuse. I'm not too sure." Xenophanes shrugged and said, "But since you have come to Sicily, he should soon receive the news and immediately send someone to contact us." Antonius nodded and asked seriously, "Now that the First Legion has occupied Megalo, what should we do next? Do you have any suggestions?" "Sir, I don't know much about military matters, but I can tell you what I know about the situation here for your reference." Xenophanes' modesty won Antonius' favor. He hurriedly placed the map of Sicily that he had taken from the Devers when he left the Cyrodian camp on the table. "Please speak." Xenophanes did not decline. He walked forward and carefully studied the map. Then he pointed at it and said, "Sir, look at Megalo's location. It's actually very good. To the east is the ocean, to the west is the huge Mount Etna, and to the north is Tauromenion. Although it's only 10 miles away from us, its population is too small. I'm afraid it can't even send 500 soldiers. Seculi was more than 20 miles to the south, and it was also a small city. now that Magero was occupied by us and we had captured so many Seculi citizens, it was hard to say if the tyrant of Seculi would be able to gather 3,000 soldiers. Another 40 miles to the south is Catanai. At this point, Xenophanes' expression became pained. He sighed softly and said, "Originally, Catanai was a large city with 50,000 to 60,000 citizens. The fertile Catanai plains provided the people there with sufficient grain and could easily organize an army of tens of thousands. But after Catanai was destroyed by Dionysius, he let the Campanian mercenaries occupy the city. Catanai is no longer Catanai. You are a Catanai?" Antonius suddenly asked. "Yes, like Aristyras, I used to be a Catanai," Xenophanes said in a low voice. "But now I am a citizen of Dionia. When Syracuse is defeated, His Majesty will definitely let the Catanai rebuild your home." Antonius comforted him and then asked, "How many citizen soldiers does Catanai have now?" At the mention of the Campanian mercenaries, Antonius raised his guard. He had just fought with them during the Battle of Crotone and knew that these mercenaries were not to be trifled with. "Maybe 4,000 to 5,000 people. I haven't been to the Catanai plains since I returned to Sicily this time. I only heard it from the people in Megillo." Xenophanes speculated hesitantly, then suggested, "Sir, if you want to know more details, you need to wait for the arrival of the people of Antropolis." Antonius nodded and pointed at Leontini's icon between Catanai and Syracuse on the map. "Is this city also occupied by the Campanian mercenaries?" he asked. "No, it used to be a subsidiary state of Syracuse. After Dionysius usurped power, he formed an alliance with Catanai to fight against Syracuse. But after Catanai was defeated, he could only surrender to Syracuse. In order to punish him for his betrayal, Dionysius forcibly moved most of the citizens of Catanai to Syracuse. In terms of population, Catanai is only a small city." Xenophanes said with a sad look in his eyes, "Then how many soldiers are there in Syracuse?" Antonius asked seriously. Xenophanes could not help but speculate again. "I'm not too sure, but a few months ago, Dionysius led his army to invade Greece. His general, Marsyas, also led about 7,000 to 8,000 Syracuse soldiers to destroy the new city built by the exiles of Naxos and Catanai. I think there must be tens of thousands of soldiers in Syracuse. Tens of thousands." Antonius's face turned gloomy. He stared at the circle of city-states surrounding Syracuse on the map. Taunus, Barclays, Herbesis, Paxenus, these were all loyal subordinates of Syracuse. He estimated that Syracuse could easily organize an army of 20,000 soldiers. No matter how strong the First Legion was, after a series of battles, there were only about 5,000 soldiers left. Antonius admitted that he was not as magical as the Devers, who could defeat so many enemies with such a small number of soldiers. Xenophanes saw Antonius's worry. He thought for a moment and said, "Sir, Syracuse has so many subordinate city-states in Sicily. It seems powerful, but the people of these city-states have been dissatisfied with Syracuse for a long time. Even the people of Syracuse are dissatisfied with Dionysius's dictatorship." Oh, Antonius's interest was piqued. "Tell me more about this in detail." "In the past few years, Syracuse has been fighting outside. The scale of the war is very large, and the amount of money and resources consumed is also very large. Therefore, Dionysius has demanded high tribute from the various city-states, and he has not shown mercy to the people of Syracuse. The special war tax has already risen to 25%. In addition, he not only wants money, but also people. Before every war, he wants the city-states to provide a large number of soldiers. At the end of the war, these citizen soldiers are either dead or injured, but their families do not get anything. He also supports tyrants in the various city-states and attacks the citizens who resist the tyranny. Therefore, not only are the people of the various city-states resentful of him, even the nobles are very dissatisfied with him. They are only afraid of his powerful force and do not dare to resist. Dionysius's subordinates must be very clear about this situation. I don't think they dare to mobilize all their troops to deal with you. After Dionysius led his army to attack Greece, the Sicily people of Megillo often secretly cursed him for the failure of this expedition. A few days ago, when the news of our fleet defeating the navy of Syracuse spread to Megillo, not only the free people and slaves, but even the citizens of Sicily seemed to be a little excited. Therefore, the people in the town have been talking about it for the past few days. The topic of discussion is mostly about Dionia. Even my mission has become much smoother. For example, the two organizers of the riot just now have been indifferent to me, but they have taken the initiative to contact me these few days. If this is the case in Megillo, the situation in the other city-states should be similar. It gives me the feeling that the city-states in Sicily are now like a pile of dry firewood. With just a torch, they can burn into a raging fire. Now, the news of His Majesty defeating the army of Dionysius in battle has spread to Sicily. I believe it will have a greater impact on the citizens of the various city-states. As long as you can defeat the army of Syracuse in Sicily, Sicily will definitely be in chaos, Xenophanes said passionately, his eyes shining with excitement. It's not that easy to defeat the people of Syracuse in Sicily, Antonio said with a bitter smile. Even so, after listening to Xenophanes' detailed introduction of the situation in Sicily, he felt a little more confident. We have too few soldiers now. Before coming here, His Majesty mentioned the cycles to me. Do you think we can work with them to deal with the people of Syracuse? Xenophanes thought for a moment and shook his head. Although the cycles are natives of Sicily, they are different from the Lucanians and the Brути of Greece. They are not as barbaric. Oh, no, they are fierce and ferocious. Xenophanes remembered that the two races were already citizens of the alliance, so he quickly changed his words. The Cycles' lives are no different from us Greeks, but they prefer to live in the mountainous interior of Sicily. They are a race without credibility. When Carthage attacked, they surrendered to Carthage. When Syracuse was strong, they allied with Syracuse. However, their fickleness was met with retribution from the gods. Dionysius pretended to ally with them. After defeating Carthage, he murdered the Cycles' king, Augeles, and sent his army to take down the central town of Hegemon, completely destroying it. His atrocities terrified the Cycles, and the other towns of Cycles quickly submitted to Syracuse. This time, when Dionysius invaded Magna Graecia, the Cycles even sent some soldiers to him. That's why I think the cowardly Cycles will not ally with us to attack Syracuse, but they might not attack us either. They might remain neutral. However, if Syracuse loses to us, they will join the winning side. Antonio understood. This was a race that bullied the weak and feared the strong. Chapter 540. Now, the ruins of Hegemon have become the largest gathering place for the exiles of Cadanae, Naxos, and other cities. Since the death of Augeles, the Cycle people have not elected a new king because of Dionysius' suppression. The various Cycle towns can no longer unite, so they are not much of a threat to the settlement of Hegemon. Instead, the Sicily, Tauromenian, and Cadanae mercenaries who come to sweep from time to time are a great threat to them. Shirophanes added, If these exiles can come to Megillo, then you can add 4,000 or 5,000 soldiers, my lord. A group of untrained mobs from various city-states would be inferior to a group of slaves in battle. Antonios thought to himself, but did not say it out loud. He looked at the location of Hegemon that Shirophanes pointed at. It was on the west side of Mount Etna, and from Megillo, they could reach it by following the Alcantara Valley to the west. However, this meant that Tauromenian's position posed a threat to the tunnel. Wouldn't it be too little to send only 200 soldiers to defend against Tauromenian's invasion? Antonios asked, If I lead my troops to attack Tauromenian, will the slaves and free people there cooperate with us? Shirophanes shook his head. I'm afraid it will be difficult. At that time, Dionysius gave Tauromenian to the Campanian mercenaries to occupy. Although there were not many of them, the city of Toromegnin was not big, and there was little arable land. They did not need too many slaves, so they often sold the exiles they captured to Kadani and Sicily. The free people would not go to Toromegnin either. There was neither a port nor arable land there, so how could they live? Shiro Phineas recalled something, and fear appeared on his face. I've seen Toromegnin before. It is on a high mountain, steep, and can only be reached by a winding path. If our soldiers attack it, I'm afraid we will have to pay a great price, and he did not finish, but it was obvious that he did not think the First Legion could take the mountain city. Hearing this, Antonios was slightly disappointed. However, if you attack Seculi, my lord, the slaves and freedmen, they will definitely be able to provide help. Dionysius had destroyed quite a few city-states. Now, apart from Syracuse and its surrounding city-states, the entire southeast of Sicily had more land than people. As far as I knew, not only were most of the slaves in the cities exiled, but many of the free citizens were exiled as well. Just like Megalo, they constantly desired to overthrow Dionysius's rule and rebuild their homes. The citizens of these cities also knew about the situation, but they did not take effective measures to stop it because their newly acquired land and port needed a large number of people to take care of it. Although the situation described by Shiro Phineas was tempting, Antonios was not prepared to do so. The reason why he wanted to take Toromegnin was because he had to deal with the attack of Syracuse while ensuring the safety of Megalo in the north. Otherwise, if the people of Syracuse attacked from the south, the mercenaries of Toromegnin attacked from the north, and even the colonists of Messina and Medmo would send reinforcements, Megalo would be in danger of being completely surrounded. As for taking down Sicily city, it seemed perfect, but when a great enemy was about to arrive, splitting his forces would lead to the possibility of fighting on two sides. This was a great taboo stipulated in the law of Dionysus, and Antonios would certainly not make such a mistake. Antonios thought silently, "It seems like I can only strengthen the defense of Megalo, wait for the arrival of those exiles, and decide on the next step of the plan according to the situation." When the envoy of Sparta, Callissippus, returned to Sparta, teacher Aegisai had already received an order from the Council of Elders to go to Corinth and replace Praxides to command the army of the Sparta alliance and continue to attack the city of Corinth. Callissippus reported the process of the envoy to the Council of Elders. These elders of Sparta, who were over 60 years old, were surprised by the stubborn attitude of the people of Dionia, who still wanted to defeat Syracuse in the face of such a difficult situation. What surprised them even more was that Dionia actually defeated the navy of Syracuse. This unexpected result made the elders look at each other. After a while, Elder Diopetius asked in a deep voice, "Callissippus, the people of Dionia have arrogantly rejected our friendly proposal of Sparta. This way, the war in Greater Greece will continue. You have just returned from Greater Greece, and you know the situation there. Do you have any suggestions?" Dear elders, Dionysius is determined to conquer Greater Greece, and the Devers are determined to avenge the people. Both sides are like a pair of red-eyed rams, and words alone cannot make them stop fighting. If we, Sparta, can't come up with any other way to mediate this war, the war in Greater Greece will continue until one side falls. Callissippus answered truthfully. In other words, Sparta's reputation was not enough to subdue the two major forces in the western Mediterranean. They had to come up with something practical to make them obey, such as an army. The elders fell silent. Right now, most of Sparta's energy was focused on the war in Corinth. A small part of their army was still in Asia Minor. They had no spare energy to open up another battlefield. After a long while, Elder Lysippos sighed. "It seems that Syracuse will not be able to help us in the short term." As the regent of Sparta's king Aegisiopolis, Praxides represented Aegisiopolis in the Council of Elders. At this moment he asked, "Callissippus, who do you think will win this war, Syracuse or Dionia?" As soon as this question was asked, the other elders looked at him in surprise. The meaning in their eyes was obvious. Of course. Although Dionia won the naval battle, the final victory would still be settled on land. However, the difference in strength between the two sides was obvious. The possibility of Syracuse winning was very high. After all, Dionysius was leading an army of 80,000. Sparta had never had such a powerful army before. However, Callissippus was hesitant. He thought for a while and said, "Although Dionysius has an obvious advantage in terms of strength, Dionia has the Devers. In the past, every war that happened in Dionia, based on the situation before the war, we always thought that they couldn't win. But in the end, they always won. That was why Dionia became a city-state alliance that we couldn't help but pay attention to in just a few years. Now, the Devers have defeated the Simonians in central Italy and returned to Turiae. It's said that under his command, the Dionysian fleet miraculously defeated the navy of Syracuse, which was far stronger than them. Now he's leading Dionia's army to face Dionysius's Syracuse army. It's really hard to tell who will win. Dionysius is not like those stupid generals that Dionia has faced before." One of the elders retorted, "He defeated Carthage." The Devers, Diopetius sighed, "Callissippus, I remember that you once suggested to the council to accept him as Sparta's VIP." "Yes, I have proposed it to the council," answered Charlesthorpe truthfully. "I didn't expect that the insignificant young man a few years ago would become a headache for us. Sparta!" Diopetius turned to the elders and said with a solemn expression, "We need to seriously consider Callissippus's deduction and consider how Sparta should respond if Dionia really defeats Syracuse." The elders were shocked and fell into deep thought when they heard this. They suddenly realized that although Sparta did not have much contact with the Dionia alliance, their relationship was not very good. On the contrary, they heard that Dionia had signed a friendly agreement with Sparta's mortal enemy, Athens. Once Dionia won the Great Greek War, Sparta's previously considered safe rear, the western Mediterranean Sea, would become a huge hole. While Sparta would have to deal with the challenges from Athens, Thebes, Corinth, and other traditional powers, they would also have to guard against the hostility of the powerful city-state alliance in the West. The pressure that Sparta would face would undoubtedly increase dramatically. Many of the elders' faces turned gloomy when they thought of this. One of the elders pretended to be relaxed and said, "This is just a hypothesis. The possibility of Dionia winning is very small. We might as well make it so that Dionia has no chance of winning at all." Another elder said fiercely, "What can we do then? Send troops to support Syracuse in Greece. Most of the warriors are now concentrated in Corinth. How can we still send troops? Ask for help from other allies? Unfortunately, our attention and support for the western Mediterranean Sea has always been invested in Syracuse. Our understanding of Greece is not as good as Athens." Praxedes was angry that the elders had removed him from his position as the commander of the Sparta Alliance army. He mocked them to his heart's content. "Oh, right, there's also Tarentum." Unfortunately, when Dionia won the naval war against Syracuse, they were easily defeated. "Look, this is the Western Mediterranean plan that you've been working on for decades. What a pile of **T. All the elders were rendered speechless by his words for a moment. At this moment, a voice rang in the quiet hall. "Perhaps we can have a friendly discussion with Dionia." Chapter 541. Friendly Negotiation? How so? Lysippus frowned and was about to ask. Suddenly, the door of the venue was pushed open, and Inspector Endius walked in. The rotating chairman, Lysippus, was very dissatisfied and shouted, "This is the most sacred place in Sparta. As an inspector, don't you know the procedures that outsiders must go through to enter this place?" "I'm sorry, Honorable Elder Lysippus." Endius bowed and apologized, still unable to hide the excitement on his face, because the Elders' Council has always emphasized the need to keep abreast of the progress of the war in Corinth. It seems that there is some good news." Lysippus looked at him and said slowly, "Say it, young man. Let us be happy too. There has been too much bad news during this time. It's Corinth's battle report. King Agesilaus has captured Port Lycaon." Endius said loudly, "Port Lycaon." The elders suddenly showed joy. Corinth, as the city-state of the isthmus that led to central Greece from the Peloponnesus Peninsula, was the main battlefield in this war between the Sparta alliance and the anti-Sparta alliance. Half a month ago, the fierce battle that lasted more than half a year caused heavy casualties and huge losses to Corinth. The people in the city began to feel confused about the future of the war. Some pro-Sparta citizens began to take action. They were ready to launch a riot, overthrow the oligarchs in power, and make Corinth surrender to Sparta. However, their plan was exposed, and the people in power immediately took action and cruelly killed the pro-Sparta people. The massacre weakened the power of Corinth and caused the people to waver. So the families of the victims quietly opened the city gate and let Praxedes lead 1,000 heavy infantry into the outer city of Corinth. Corinth hurriedly mobilized a large number of troops to besiege them. Its allies, Agos and Thebes, also sent reinforcements to fight. After many fierce battles, the two sides failed to completely repel the Sparta people, but they also did not let the Sparta people gain more achievements. The Sparta people occupied part of the outer city of Corinth and were in a stalemate with the allies. However, the Sparta Council of Elders was tired of Praxedes's poor performance in Corinth for a long time and decided to replace him. When the news reached Praxedes' ears, he was very angry. He was also troubled by the enemy's endless attacks in the city. So he simply led the army to retreat from the outer city of Corinth and did not take any more offensive actions. This gave the people of Corinth a chance to breathe. The people of Athens also rushed over with many carpenters and masons, taking the opportunity to repair the repaired or destroyed city walls. The morale of the soldiers of Corinth was restored. Now, at the south end of the isthmus was the city of Corinth itself to the west, and the affiliated city of Argolis to the east, mainly guarded by the Agatians. The two cities were connected by a long wall, completely blocking the land passage through the isthmus. At the north of the two cities, reinforcements from Thebes and Athens would come through the isthmus passage on the east and west sides at any time to help. When Agesilaus rushed to the outside of the city of Corinth to take over the army, he was faced with the enemy whose morale was rising and the fortified city defense. After understanding the situation of the battlefield in detail, he did not continue to use the strategy of the former commander Praxedes to attack head-on. He pretended to attack the city of Corinth, but he let his brother Tilius secretly lead the fleet to work closely with him. He led the elite soldiers on warships, bypassing Corinth, and suddenly landed on the north of Corinth, near the Corinth Canal, the port of Lycaon. The defenders of Lycaon were unprepared, and soon the Sparta people occupied the port. Just when the Sparta Elder Council received the good news, Agesilaus had already defeated the army sent by Corinth many times to recapture the port. Then he commanded the army to capture the port of Sicyon, which was not far from Corinth and also belonged to the anti-Sparta alliance. A few days later, Agesilaus continued to work hard. He led the army and took the warships to capture a port further north of Corinth, Port Pelion. This port was the only way for Corinth to connect to the Boeotia region. After the Sparta people occupied it, other than the east side of Corinth, which was still connected to Argolis, the other directions were surrounded by the Sparta people. More importantly, Agesilaus used this port as a stronghold and sent his army north along the west side of the isthmus. Soon, they entered the Boeotia region and conquered Sidon, Clomion, and other city-states. This caused a commotion among the city-states of Boeotia. The other city-states sent envoys to Agesilaus' camp to ask for peace. Even the Thebes finally sent envoys under the appeal of the people. Under such a trend, even the people of Corinth began to waver. During this time, Agesilaus was shrouded in the halo of victory. He seemed to have become the arbiter of all Greece, washing away the shame of being a cripple for decades. At this time, General Iphicrates of Athens led the 3,000 mercenaries he had personally trained through the road on the east side of the isthmus. They first entered the city of Argolis, and finally stationed themselves in the city of Corinth. Udir, the former capital of the kingdom of Mesope, was located in the middle of the southern region of Apulia. It was surrounded by flat fields and dense forests. Agriculture and livestock were relatively developed, and it was still the central town of the Mesopians. At this moment, in the aristocratic parliament of Udir, the archons from Agracia, Eugentum, Manduria, Mazzania, Odrum, and other cities of Mesope were gathered here. Sitting at the very front, in the center of the room, was the archon of Udir, Pasamiris. This Mesope aristocrat was tall and dignified. He was a distant relative of the former king of Mesope, Attis. However, his political skills were far better than his relatives. After many years of hard work, he had basically taken control of the aristocratic parliament of Udir, so much so that he could easily be elected as an archon every year. There were often rumors about him in the city. We sent away an old king and welcomed a new king. Pachimiris, let's not wait any longer. It seems that our allies will not come. Carmelis, the consul of Eugentum, could not help but say, "Be patient. I think the Pachetti will come, but they are the furthest from here, so of course they will come later." Timoglas, the consul of Agracia, advised, "Timoglas, I heard that your Agracia has been in close contact with the Pachetti in the past few years. No wonder you are speaking up for them. Agracia has almost become the territory of the Pachetti." Thayerst, the commander of Brindisi, mocked. After Brindisi was recaptured, since the original Mesopian residents of the city had been killed or sold into slavery by the Tarantum people, the various city-states voted and elected Thayer's clan, the former great noble of Udir, to be stationed in Brindisi. According to the previous agreement between the two sides, his clan and the Pachetti each occupied half of the city of Brindisi. It was inevitable that the two sides would have conflicts of interest, especially in the management of the port. This made Thayerst more resentful towards the Pachetti, who said that we, the Pachetti, will not come. A loud voice came from outside the hall. King Pachetti's trusted aide, Pulo, pushed open the door of the room and strode into the hall. "If it wasn't for you delaying the attack on Tarantum so much that we thought you were going to cancel the attack, we would have come a long time ago." Pachimiris smiled slightly. "We waited for a better opportunity, and now the opportunity has come. Tarantum has been hit hard by Dionia, and most of its militia has been lost. Dionia has defeated Tarantum's ally, Syracuse, in Crotone. Now the two sides are confronting each other in Siltam. This is the best time for us to boldly attack Tarantum." In the backyard of the great chief's residence in the city of Potentia, Paumet was discussing with Vale. The tribal chief said impatiently, "Great chief, Dionia has already occupied Copsa. My tribal territory is no longer in danger, and I can lead my people back to my territory. But, the evil Samanai burned down my territory and most of my warriors were killed or injured. Now I don't have enough labor to rebuild my village. So you must give me some Samanai captives and enough food." Paumet looked troubled. "Although the Devers gave us a lot of food when they left, the other tribes have taken a lot of it with them when they returned to their territories. So the food supply in the city is still a little tight. I can only give you a portion of the food. If you want your tribe to survive this winter, you have to think of another way." "Why do I have to think of a way, and not the other tribes?" Vale felt that it was unfair. "Because your tribe is near Copsa," Paumet said softly. As a chief, Vale was not a fool. He quickly understood the great chief's intention. What if Copsa doesn't have enough food? If Copsa is also short of food, Borit would have asked me for help, Paumet said calmly. Pomote said calmly, "Vale, the Samanai captives are not ordinary slaves. Your tribe has too few warriors. Can you tame them?" "Great chief, don't worry. Have you forgotten which tribe in Potentia has the most experience in dealing with Samanai captives? Apart from our tribe, there is no one else," Vale said proudly. Paumet did not say anything. Indeed, in the past, Vale's settlement was adjacent to the Samanai people. Whenever there was a conflict between the two sides, The captured captives were often handed over to his tribe. Most of his people could also speak Samanai. Chapter 542. Vale imitated Borit's persuasive tone and said helplessly, Elia used to be a fragile hare that was often bullied by us. Now, relying on the Dionia, he actually became our ally. Puamet saw that he still seemed to be a little uneasy and wanted to persuade him, but he saw his trusted servant rushing into the hall. Vale saw that Puamet's expression had changed after he whispered a few words to Puamet, so he quickly asked, What happened? Puamet turned to look at him and said in a deep voice, Dionia defeated the army of Syracuse. The Dionia really won. Vale's eyes widened in shock, and he could not help but murmur, Sir Devers is indeed powerful. So Greece is Dionia's. Not only Greece, Puamet said lightly. After learning this news, the remaining worry and the remaining hope in his heart disappeared. He exhaled lightly and said, Go back to the territory and bring 20 sheep with you. Give Lady Alexis a congratulatory gift on my behalf. Based on the impression of the Samanai in the historical records of his previous life, the Devers asked Alexis to lead the army to attack Kopsa cautiously. In fact, the Devers lured and annihilated the main forces of the Pentine tribe and the Keutini tribe in Poseidonia. Then the Samanai camp in Potentia was met with a camp howl, which caused the warriors of the Hilpini tribe to suffer heavy losses. In the cold winter wind and rain, the Samanai warriors were starving and fled into the mountains. They lost their way, encountered wild beasts, caught a cold, and ran into the Lucanian search team. The defeated Samanai soldiers were like stray dogs, living in a state of panic. Even though tribal leaders like Leskok gathered some of the Samanai warriors and fled back to Kopsa, in the face of the fierce joint army of Legio III and Potentia, none of the leaders thought that this small town and these extremely low morale and exhausted warriors could stop the high morale enemy. So, the Samanai fled north in panic. The leaders of Keutini were anxious to lead the defeated soldiers back to Keutini because the defeat of the Samanai would shock central Italy. They were worried that the Campanians near Keutini's territory would make a move. Leskok was anxious to return to Beneventum. Although the 4 major tribes of Samanai used to get along harmoniously, the Hilpini tribe had suffered such a crushing defeat. Once the other tribes had bad intentions, Beneventum, which was close to Pentini and Catini, would be in danger. He had to return as soon as possible. In another important town of the Hilpini tribe, Abenalum, due to the death of the great leader Williani and the capture of his son Gurney, the other leaders who had escaped from death were eager to return and elect a new leader. The chaos in Abenalum was not as great as that in Pentine. Its entire tribe, from the great leader Torek to the leaders below, was either killed or captured. It would take a long time for the entire tribe and territory to stabilize. After the alliance of Dionia and Potentia easily occupied Kopsa, they discussed whether to continue the attack north. Pollet strongly requested to continue the attack. He believed that the Samanai had suffered heavy losses, low morale, and abandoned Kopsa. This was a typical example. They should take this opportunity to completely eradicate the threat of the Samanai in the north. Printos objected. First of all, the mountainous terrain to the north of Kopsa was getting higher and more complex. The Lucanian soldiers and potential warriors in the army were completely unfamiliar with this area. If they rashly went deeper, they could easily be ambushed, and the transportation of supplies was quite difficult. Besides, the military focus of Dionia at this time was Syracuse. It was not appropriate to expand the war, lest the alliance was unable to maintain a two-pronged war. Alexis supported Printo's view, but he also had his own unique idea to try to attack Erna. Erna was the only port town of the Samanai in the west. In fact, it was not built by the Samanai, but a city-state built by the Greeks of Campania. However, it suffered the same fate as Poseidonia and was occupied by the Samanai 100 years ago. Previously, the food that Syracuse used to support the Samanai army was transported in from this port. Erna was more than 40 miles north of Poseidonia. The terrain between the two cities was flat. There were no mountains, only lush forests. There were no cliffs or reefs along the coast, only soft sandy beaches. If this had been the land of the Greeks, they would have cut down the trees to make boats, flattened the land for cultivation, and filled in the tidal flats to build towns and harbors. But the Samnites had not built towns on this rare piece of flat land that their tribe had acquired. According to the reconnaissance team in the forest, the nearest and larger Samanai settlement was more than 20 miles away from the coast, at the edge of the mountains. Inona didn't have any fleets, so the supplies that the Daibo alliance needed could be transported by sea. This was a great advantage for the army that was preparing to head north. How could Alexis let go of such a great opportunity? So, after obtaining Borat's approval, she quickly made a decision: attack Inona. Originally, Alexis had decided to leave the Potentia troops to guard Kopsa, but Borat insisted on participating in the attack on the Samanai. Alexis had no choice but to leave Saima to lead a large group and some potential warriors to guard Kopsa. She herself led the Daionia alliance, about 5,000 troops, and marched north along the coast. A fleet of ships loaded with supplies set off from Poseidonia and accompanied them. The area the army passed through was originally the territory of the Hilpini tribe, but at this time the Samanai tribe of the Hilpini tribe was like a dragon without a leader. In addition, in order to invade Potentia, the great leader Villani had gathered almost all the young men of each tribe. Now, the Samanai warriors who had luckily escaped death or capture were either fleeing for their lives or had just returned home in shock. When they heard that the Dionysian army was attacking, no one dared to stop them. They all fled to the mountains with their families. Therefore, the allied army was not disturbed at all and successfully arrived at the city of Erna. Erna was originally a medium-sized city, but after it was occupied by the Samanai, most of the Samanai tribes did not want to live by the coast. Not many tribes moved there, and it became a small city. Previously, the warriors in the city were conscripted to fight in the south, and only about 1/3 of the tribesmen managed to escape. When they heard that the Daionia army was attacking, the whole city was terrified. In the early days of the Samanai occupying Erna, the army of the Campanian alliance attacked many times, trying to recapture Erna. The Samanai people in the city defended the city while asking for help from the great leader Hilpini in the mountains. They gathered their army to repel the Campanians, and the Campanians returned in defeat many times. As time passed, the power of the Samanai people grew day by day, and they had already threatened the core area of the Campanian alliance. The Campanian alliance, led by Napoli, could not even take care of themselves, let alone recapture Erna. Therefore, the territory of Erna had not been touched by war for decades, and they often crossed the mountains to the north to harass the Campanians. Now that the Daionia army was attacking, the people of Erna were uneasy to find that the city had not been repaired for many years, and the city's defense was almost broken. The Samanai army had suffered a crushing defeat, and the mountains were in chaos. They sent people to the mountains to ask for help, but who could they go to? The people of Erna were panicking. How could they be willing to abandon their homeland that they had lived in for 100 years? Just as they were hesitating, Alexis arrived with her army. She did not attack the city immediately, but calmly ordered her army to build a camp and unload the supplies from the fleet that was anchored on the beach nearby. 2 days later, he planted all the flags of the Samanai tribe under the city walls of Inona one by one. Then he gathered 10 ballistae and shot stone bullets together, knocking down a wooden sentry tower behind the city walls. After a series of exclamations in the city, he sent someone to shout at the foot of the city, demanding the other side to surrender. After an urgent discussion among the panicking Samanai people, one of the elders said something thought-provoking. He said, "My people, the situation here has changed greatly. The heavily damaged Abenalum and Beneventum will not be able to protect Erna for a long time, and Erna will be vulnerable to enemy attacks. Even if the people of Daionia do not attack, the Campanians in the north and the Potentians in the south will take advantage of the decline of the tribe to come for revenge. Erna will never have a day of peace. Why don't we take advantage of this war, which has reduced the number of tribes in the mountains. If we move now, there will be some good places for us to live in. After a heated debate, his suggestion was approved by the majority, so the people of Erna quickly sent an emissary out of the city to meet Alexis. The emissary expressed that the people of Erna were willing to give up the city as long as the people of Dionia allowed the people of the city to leave safely. Despite Beleg's objections, Alexis accepted the proposal without hesitation. It was not a big deal to allow a few thousand Samni people to leave with their belongings without shedding a single drop of blood on their swords. The people of Erna passed through the heavily guarded camp of the allied army uneasily. Legio III strictly followed the previous agreement and did not invade them in any way, which confirmed the reputation of Dionia for keeping its promises. After Legio III successfully entered Erna, Alexis stopped all military operations. She only ordered the mountain scouts to monitor the movements of the Samni people in the mountains, and at the same time ordered the soldiers to strengthen the city's defenses. Chapter 543. This piece of good news allowed Alexis to have nothing to worry about. At this time, the Campanian alliance from the north sent a messenger. Samni, Potentia, and Dionia had such a huge war, but as the enemy of Samni, the city-state of Campania had been watching silently. Only when the outcome of the war was decided and Dionia's army was approaching Campania did they finally send out a messenger. The city-state that the messenger came from was only separated from Ennona by the small Sorrento Peninsula. It was only about 40 miles away, next to Mount Vesuvius. It was Pompeii. The messenger came to see if the Dionia had any intention of threatening Campania. Alexis told him without hesitation. The Dionia were only fighting back against the Samni's invasion, and had the desire to be friendly with the Greek city-states of Campania. They had absolutely no intention of invading. The messenger from Pompeii returned happily, and at the same time he brought with him a small request from Alexis. She hoped that they could exchange the spoils of war of Samni for grain. Michaelisus was a citizen of Syracuse. As a native who had lived here for generations, he owned 10 acres of land, 2 fishing boats, and a shop in the city's market to sell fish. If it were not for the high war taxes that Dionysius collected every year in the past few years, his family would be quite well off. When the news of Syracuse's army's victory in Magna Graecia came again and was announced in Apollo Square, the people cheered with mixed feelings. He always felt a little regretful, because when the citizens were mobilized in the square, Lady Luck did not favor him. He was not chosen, and lost a good opportunity to plunder the spoils of war in Magna Graecia to improve his living conditions in recent years. In his opinion, any opposing force would be vulnerable under the attack of such a large force of Syracuse. However, the situation had changed in the past few days. After the bad news of the navy of Syracuse suffering 2 crushing defeats and almost losing all their warships, the excited citizens of Syracuse were doused with a can of cold water. The unheard-of Dionysian fleet defeated the Ionian navy that dominated the Ionian Sea. The people of Syracuse couldn't believe their ears. They cursed Admiral Leptinus, angrily believing that it was his foolish command that led to their defeat. Back then, after the naval battle with Carthage's people failed, they should have replaced this defeated general. Because of this, some people shifted the blame for the failure to Dionysius. They believed that it was because of Dionysius's nepotism that his mediocre younger brother was not replaced. Compared to the indignation of the people in the city, the scene at the port was completely different. After all, more than 400 warships required a large number of sailors. More than half of these sailors were from their allies in Sicily, while the other half were from the poor and freedmen of Syracuse. Syracuse's navy was full of sailors. Regardless of whether the warships were sunk or captured, the sailors would not have a good ending. When the bad news arrived, it affected almost every household in the port and the bay. Out of concern for the safety of their loved ones, the poor and lowly citizens cried in sorrow, but they were even more resentful towards Dionysius, who oppressed them. Over the past few months, there had been dissatisfaction towards Dionysius circulating in the port and the city. For example, The reason why we are so poor is because those outsiders, referring to Dionysius's mercenaries, have taken away our land and occupied the public offices of the city that should have belonged to us. No matter how many drachmas we earn, we can't keep up with the rate at which Dionysius collects taxes. Dionysius likes the mercenaries more than the citizens of Syracuse. He shouldn't be the general of Syracuse. He should be the leader of the mercenaries. However, over the past few days, a new rumor quickly spread through the port. The people of Dionia only hate the tyrannical Dionysius. As long as his dictatorship is overthrown, Syracuse and Dionia will be able to reach a peace treaty. The 14,000 Syracuse sailors imprisoned in Dionia will be able to return home safely. This rumor was so convincing that many people in the harbor believed it without a doubt. Thus, it quickly spread throughout the entire bay, and it was said that it had even spread to the neighboring cities. When Michaelisus heard this rumor, he was shocked. This was an open request to overthrow Dionysius. Perhaps the people of Dionia were behind this. If even he could see it, the intelligence department that Hipporinus was in charge of would not be indifferent. Not only did they increase the number of patrols in the port, but they also sent many spies to roam the entire Bay Area to interrogate the people. This method further increased the disgust and anger of the people in the port towards the upper echelons of the city. They looked at the patrolling soldiers with undisguised anger, causing the soldiers to tremble in fear. They always patrolled in groups of more than 20 people, not daring to wander around alone to avoid getting themselves killed. The quiet opposition of the people in the port against the city gradually began to show. The most obvious was the decrease in the work efficiency of the port workers. The speed at which the merchant ships unloaded slowed down, and the goods piled up at the port. It took a long time to move them into the warehouse. As a result, the goods piled up more and more, almost causing the port to be blocked. However, the merchants did not dare to get angry, because it was likely to anger the poor people who worked with resentment, resulting in a conflict. In the end, they would still be the ones to suffer. Of course, Michaelisus did not have to worry about this. He traveled between the port and the market all year round. He was a humble person and had a good relationship with the fishermen in the port. His fishing boat was handed over to the fishermen he hired, and they went out to sea early in the morning. When he drove to the port in the morning, the fishing boat had already returned to the fishing dock. The fishing dock was built in the most remote location on the outermost periphery of the port. This was for the sake of the port's cleanliness. As the dock stank too much, flies, mosquitoes, and insects often gathered on the dead fish and prawns. Of course, Michaelisus did not feel disgusted. On the contrary, walking on the dock and looking at the baskets of fresh fish that were unloaded on both sides of the road, he felt a sense of satisfaction. "Tethys, how's today's harvest?" He waved at his anchored fishing boat from afar. Tethys was a very experienced old fisherman. Not only was he skilled in controlling the boat and fishing, but he was also good at determining the presence of schools of fish. Michaelisus had paid him nearly double the salary to hire him. At this moment, Tethys was sitting at the bow of the boat, enjoying the warm sunlight. He said in a calm tone, "It's only spring and the sea is still cold. Schools of fish don't come out much, and without the protection of Poseidon, how can there be any good catches?" Michaelisus looked down at the 2 baskets of fish on the shore. One basket was half full of mackerel and codfish, and the other basket was full of prawns and squid. Michaelisus was already quite satisfied with this harvest. Of course, he knew that Tethys had high expectations of himself, so Michaelisus joked, "Since there's still time and the weather is getting warmer, why don't you go out to sea and cast a few more nets?" Tethys poked at the mud stains on his fingers and reminded him, "I can go out to sea again, but will you be able to sell them all in time? You'll be punished by Poseidon if you waste them." As there were no refrigerators in this era, freshly caught fish had to be sold on the same day. Otherwise, they would be thrown away the next day because they would rot. Although the Greeks liked to live by the sea, their staple food was still grains, and the fish was only a supplement. In recent years, the tax on Syracuse had increased, and the purchasing power of ordinary citizens had decreased. This naturally affected the sale of fish, not to mention casting a few more nets. It would be a problem if the 2 baskets of fish could be sold out before the market closed in the evening. When that time came, they might have to bring the leftovers home to make fish porridge for the slaves or feed the pigs and dogs. Michaelisus sighed and did not speak. He turned around and ordered the slaves to carry the baskets onto the carriage. At this moment, another fisherman on the fishing boat shouted, "Hey, Michaelisus, have you heard? Dionysius's army has been defeated by the Dionia. How is that possible? Where did you get the news?" Michaelisus was shocked and could not believe it. "Why not? If our navy can lose to the Dionia, of course our army can lose to them too." Not only did the fisherman not feel sad for the city's defeat, he even had a strange look of schadenfreude on his face. Now the news has spread throughout the port. Some merchants from Great Hellenic have confirmed it too. I heard that Syracuse suffered a terrible defeat in this battle. It's time for the people in the city to cry. It doesn't matter if it's the people in the city or the people in the port. Syracuse's defeat isn't a good thing for us, Tethys said calmly. We've lost. Dionysius should stop the war and negotiate with Great Hellenic, the fisherman said with anticipation. If there's no more war, there'll be no more war taxes. I'm afraid that Dionysius will continue the war. Not only will the tax burden increase, but people like you and I might even be conscripted as sailors. Tethys finally showed a hint of worry on his face. I won't die for Dionysius. It's time to end this war, the fisherman yelled. Michaelisus was not in the mood to listen to what they were saying. He walked back with heavy steps. He did not feel happy at all that he did not participate in the expedition and escaped the disaster. The news of Syracuse's army's defeat in Great Hellenic weighed heavily on his heart. It reminded him of the huge storm that arose in Syracuse when Carthage's army arrived a few years ago. Chapter 544. The carriage, driven by the slaves, slowly left the fishing pier. Michaelisus looked at the fishermen and laborers on both sides of the road as they watched him leave. Only then did he realize why he felt a little strange when he came to the dock. Usually, when he came to the dock, the fishermen would greet him. But today, other than the few fishermen he hired, everyone else was silent. The entire dock was shrouded in a strange silence. This made him feel uneasy. In fact, just as Michaelisus was rushing to the pier, the news of Syracuse's army's defeat in Great Greece had begun to spread in the city. The citizens of Syracuse who learned of this shocking news rushed to the city hall near the square with suspicion and panic. They wanted to question the temporary supreme commander of Syracuse, Philistos, to verify the authenticity of the news. Compared to the increasing number of people gathered outside the city hall, it was unusually quiet inside. There were only a few people in the governor's conference room, but all of them looked solemn. They had not only received the news of Syracuse's army's defeat, but also General Dionysius's order for Syracuse to send reinforcements. This is unbelievable. 80,000 soldiers, more than 400 warships, such a powerful force, and yet they lost to Dionia, who is weaker than us. Hierolys sighed, breaking the silence in the room. No one can always win, especially in such a difficult sea expedition. As long as the final victory belongs to Syracuse, with the wealth and population of Great Greece, all the sacrifices will be worth it. Lord Hierolys, am I right? The chief of intelligence, Hipporinus, looked at him and said coldly, Yes, if we can win. Hierolys did not avoid his threatening gaze and said in a serious tone, But that is only if. The current situation is that our Lord Dionysius and the citizens of Syracuse are besieged in Silatina, which is 2 to 3 days' journey from us, waiting for us to send reinforcements. My lords, I have never doubted the final victory of this war. Philistos spoke loudly to dilute the potential conflict between the two. Dionia's performance has indeed surprised me, but I think they must have given it their all for the sake of victory. On the other hand, Syracuse still has sufficient manpower and financial resources. As long as we can organize another army and send it to Greece, Dionia won't be able to resist us. You're right, Philistos. But to build an army of 20,000 men and 100 warships in such a short period of time is not an easy task. It's not easy, Philistos said firmly, but we must do it. This is a matter of life and death for Syracuse. He then looked at Macias, the former leader of Campania's mercenaries, who was appointed by Dionysius as the commander of the garrison. General, how many more citizen soldiers do you think Syracuse can recruit? Macias thought for a moment before answering. At least 10,000. We can mobilize more than 5,000 people outside the city. But inside the city, at this point, Macias unconsciously looked out of the hall with a worried expression. With the current situation, I'm afraid it's not easy to mobilize for war again. The outside the city that Macias was referring to was not the port or the bay, but the mercenaries that Dionysius had placed in the outskirts of the city. He had given them citizenship and land, making them more loyal to Dionysius. Dionysius had moved the population of the conquered city-states many times, and had also placed mercenaries, mainly from Campania, to occupy the land that the neighboring city-states had been forced to give up. In the past few years, Syracuse had built dozens of new villages outside the city, causing the territory that Syracuse controlled to expand rapidly. It was now the most powerful city in Sicily and even in the western Mediterranean. But this also caused the conflict between the people in the city, the people outside the city, and the people in the port to worsen day by day. Philistos rubbed his brow, clearly feeling a headache from the growing resentment of the people. He said, "Herolas, I'll leave the recruitment of soldiers in the city to you." Me. Little Passenger looked at Philistos in surprise. "I can't help it. The people like you more, and only you can succeed," Philistos said half-jokingly, but his expression was very serious. Herolas was a little hesitant. He wanted to argue a few times, but stopped himself. Finally, he shrugged helplessly and said, "All right, leave it to me." Philistos was half relieved by Lucian's promise. He continued, "Last time we didn't recruit soldiers from Gela, Commonlina, Agrigento, those city-states on the south coast. Now, let's fill the remaining vacancies from them. Lord Callidemus, the mission of sending envoys to these city-states and getting them to send troops will be left to you." Callidemus, who had been silent all this time, stole a glance at Hipporinus. Seeing him nod slightly, Callidemus said, "I will immediately go to these city-states to ask for troops." As a relative of Hipporinus and a confidant of Dionysius, Callidemus was a courtier whose power was second only to Philistos. When Dionysius was not in the city, he actually had a secret mission to keep Philistos in check. Therefore, without Hipporinus' consent, he would not easily leave Syracuse. As if he did not see the silent exchange between the two, Philistos continued, "The land troops are easy to solve, but the warships are much more troublesome. We do not have time to build new warships, and without a strong fleet, even if we have more troops, we cannot send them to Greece. Therefore, when you go to the city-states in the south to recruit soldiers, you will also have to ask for warships. I think with the more than 50 three-oared warships docked at the port, we can barely form a fleet of 100 warships. But this is not enough. We still need more three-oared warships to defeat the Dionysian fleet. So, I will send envoys to Cyrenaica to buy or rent their existing three-oared warships." Herolas could not help but say, "We have borrowed a lot of money from Cyrenaica and have not yet paid back. Why would Cyrenaica lend us warships?" "It is precisely because we have not paid back the money that we can get their warships." Philistos smiled. Herolas immediately understood what he meant. If Cyrenaica wanted to get back the capital and interest they had lent to Syracuse, it would be best for them to help Syracuse win the war. Otherwise, Syracuse would be finished, and Cyrenaica would lose everything. "Well, my lords," Please go and carry out your mission immediately. I hope that in 5 days we can form the reinforcements and fleet that Lord Dionysius needs." Philistos' voice was gentle, but the order was quite firm. Everyone took their leave, but Philistos stopped Herolus again. "We still need you to persuade the rioting people at the gate." Herolus smiled helplessly again. "All right, I will try. But even if I can persuade them this time, they will come again next time. The situation will be different next time," Philistos said confidently. "I hope so," Herolus replied expressionlessly. After everyone left, Hipporinus said with dissatisfaction, "Lord Philistos, I have reminded you that when Lord Dionysius led his army away from Sicily, Herolus was close to Philoxenus and the others. He even declared at a banquet that the power of the king is nothing but a gaudy shroud. He openly expressed his dissatisfaction with Lord Dionysius. I hope you can temporarily imprison him until Lord Dionysius returns. But not only did you object, you even gave him power. What if what Herolus said at the banquet was drunken talk? There is no need to take it seriously. Besides, I know Philoxenus and the others very well. Other than drinking and talking, they can't do much. As a scholar, Philistos had a better understanding of the group. Considering Hipporinus' identity, he patiently advised, even though Herolus has some minor problems, he has outstanding abilities. For example, quelling the resentment of the people outside, and more importantly, recruiting citizen soldiers. Who else but him can do these things well? In such a terrible situation, he is my best helper. He has such a great influence among the people. If he wants to cause trouble, the damage will be even greater." Hipporinus said coldly, "Have you found anything?" Philistos asked, "Not yet, but his slaves have been entering and leaving the port more than usual. The port is in chaos now, and there are many rumors. I am afraid that there are spies from Dionia causing trouble." Hipporinus' words caused Philistos' expression to become serious. "Monitoring the people's abnormalities and ensuring the safety of the city is your responsibility. I have no right to stop you. If I find that Herolus is doing anything that is detrimental to Syracuse, I will not care about our friendship and will imprison him. After all, if there is a riot in Syracuse, the safety of all of us will be threatened." Philistos' expression was cold, and at the same time he was subtly reminding Hipporinus that as Dionysius's most loyal follower and relative, Hipporinus' impression of the people was not much better than Dionysius's. They were all in the same boat. "Lord Hipporinus, I have decided to send 200 mercenaries to the port. I also hope that you can ferret out the spies from Dionia in the port as soon as possible and restore order to the port.